Hello everyone, I am Tacit and welcome to the Brighter Shores live stream, day 87. So today, we end up getting some interesting intel. First I gotta go run the dailies real quick though, and then we will go show the information. That's not much to really show. It's actually kind of funny because it was posted literally the second that I clicked the end stream button yesterday. Like I clicked the end stream button and like a minute or two later it's like, oh, here's a post. From yesterday, so this is actually news that we had pretty much the exact time we ended. But yeah, it's pretty juicy. We are not getting trading. Well, we are getting trading, but we're not getting trading yet. We are getting the combat rework beforehand, and a few other things. Let me just go show it in a second. Let me go drink this. Let me just bring it up. I'm trying to find like an AFK spot, but none of this is particularly AFK. I guess this click is. But anyways, progress update from Andrew Gower himself. Half the team is working on improving combat. The other half is working on two new side quests. These are bigger updates, which take a bit longer than the quality of life improvements, but they are looking good. So, yeah, 2 new side quests and a combat overhaul are next. Interesting. All should be coming out before trading, most likely, given that is what they are mentioning currently in regard to it. But, yeah, I've been wanting these side quests for a while. We don't know exactly what the rewards would be, but I sure hope that the 2 quest rewards are a teleport to Hopeport, aka the second teleport, as Hopeport is the only location that only has 1. And the other one is hopefully equivalent potions. Neither have been confirmed what the reward is, though. But I'm really hoping it's Hopeport Teleport number 2 and equivalent potions as the 2 quest rewards for the 2 side quests. But we'll find out. It could be anything. So, yeah, we don't really know. But there's like the 2 big things, because we know for sure that they're going to be adding equipable potions to a quest. We just don't know if either of those 2 quests are the quests that they would be added to. And of course, so far, every single chapter except for chapter 4 required a quest to unlock the second portal. For Hope Forest, it was, gosh, what was that one quest called? It was called Forgotten Things. For Mines of Matumin, it was the, actually it'd be easier if I just looked at the quest log. But yeah, it was Forgotten Things for chapter 2. And it was Matubin's Legacy for Chapter 3. And the only reason I'm pretty sure Chapter 4 didn't have one is because they wanted people to easily access trading, as the teleport from that chapter, that is the second teleport, brings you straight to the trading hub. So that makes sense why that one didn't have a quest for it. And of course, Hopeport is currently the only one that doesn't have a quest, or doesn't have a second teleport. So the 3-star quest for Hopeport could potentially end up being that second teleport that we end up needing. Anyways, over to Hope Forest. You know what the drill is. Until we're 200 woodcutting and carpentry, we are going all in on woodcutting carpentry for the next however long it takes. I did say off stream I would get to at least 125, and we have successfully done that. I didn't really go much beyond that though, but we have successfully gotten our 125. This is relevant because double 125 brings you to tier 4. So now every single thing that we get from woodcutting and carpentry is now a tier 4 material. So that's pretty nice. I guess we'll go get our 11 planks real quick as we're heading over there. Might as well. Just grab a couple of these as we're already heading down there, since we need to woodcut them anyways. Normally you'd want to do them all at once and then bank them, but since we're heading that way, since we are doing carpentry right now to go do whatever's left in the bank. How many do I have in the bank? I have no clue. But however many are there, we'll go do, and then we'll go back to actual woodcutting, doing this room properly, instead of just trying to move over there. But anyways, hello Isabel, hello Every Color, hello MK Jets, welcome. Also, we do have a poll on which one do you think is going to be coming first of those. So we mentioned that there's going to be a combat overhaul and 2 new quests. The options are combat rework will be first, 1 quest will be before the rework, or 2 quests will be before the rework, are all of the options. I'm hoping it's going to be 1, would be a nice in-between, where the next update will be some kind of quest for some kind of reward. And then we'll have the combat rework, and then we'll have a second quest coming a little bit later, hopefully. Would be my ideal scenario, but we'll find out what happens, as we have no clue. Just have to wait and see. Actually, I don't want that 3rd tree. Give me these other 2. I'm trying to count to 11. Does this get us to 11? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Okay, we're good to go. Actually, I don't even technically need the other tree then. But I don't know, it's already so close, might as well. It's not that far away. But yeah, we're going to be doing carpentry to begin with. Honestly, a lot of these streams are going to likely be going this way until we have 200, where we start off with a bit of carpentry. Then once we've run out of logs in the bank, we go into all-in woodcutting. And then we decide if we want to go and carpentry on stream or off stream afterwards. Because gosh, are we going to have so many to do sometimes in some of these intervals. We do get access to oaks somewhat soon, but I believe I am skipping oaks in favor of doing more ash trees. This is worse carpentry XP per hour, however it is better woodcutting XP per hour, oddly enough. So we'll see what we end up doing, as I still haven't determined in that regard which way we're going to go about it. But we'll figure it out once we reach oaks. We'll definitely do some amount of oaks, but probably not that many. And just stick to ash tree. It's a little bit worse for carpentry, but it gets us to our woodcutting objective a bit better. Also, of the material, I actually need this material. Like these planks, we actually like need as any class. Like every class in the entire game needs this. Whereas those oak things, you really only need if you want to make like the green weapon for Guardian, and that's it. That might be meta, so I do want to get some of them, because Cryo Knights might need that green weapon if the faction percent is high enough after the combat rework. But we don't know for sure if it will be or won't be. So I'll still grab a few, but, you know, not more than like 100 or so. That's what you picked? One quest and rework? Yeah, that's most likely what I would assume would happen. Though we have no way of knowing. For all we know, the rework could drop in like a week before any quests come in. Also, we have no clue what the quest rewards are. I'm not sure if they've teased it anywheres. But I was mentioning it earlier. I would assume the 2 quest rewards are a second teleport to Hopeport and equipable potions. As they already mentioned, equipable potions will be locked behind a quest. And while they haven't made any mention of a second teleport in Hopeport, it really desperately needs one so badly, as is the only chapter without one. And getting to the west side of Hopeport is so annoying to do currently. I don't know, maybe they put it here or some other area near here or somewheres. But somewheres in this area needs a second teleport. And I would assume it'd be in this general proximity. Not too high because that's where chapter 5 is. But there seems to be a very distinct hole right here. Which would be so good for fishing. It would help Forager some, but it would mostly help Fisher as far as overall value there. Also, I will be banking almost all these. The main reason we're going to be banking these is if you notice their level range is 148 to 295. This is really, really, really good level range for the combat rework, as everyone's going to be level 140. And if you put even just like 1 or 2 proficiency into armor, assuming it's either 5 or 10 per one you do, you'll immediately be able to go and wield whatever shield you end up making from this. Not to mention, if they still keep the rarity curve, you'll be able to make up to 199 with that. And 199 is pretty much going to be the gold standard for armor, given that you're likely to allocate very little into armor proficiency. Right now at 140, assuming that counts towards your proficiency, you would only need to allocate 60 towards it in order to get there. And we don't know how many points that'd be, but assumably at 5 per each, that'd be math. At 5 each, that would be 12. That'd be 12 points allocated to it from your obelisk. But I don't know how many points it would give each. Could be 3, could be 5, could be 10. It's definitely not 1. I'm pretty sure going into 1 armor proficiency doesn't give you only 1 extra. But we don't know the exact number yet. But whatever it is, you basically you barely have to spec into armor at all in order to get the ability to wield that kind of armor. So we're going to be using this a lot between this chapter, or, you know, after the combat rework and into chapter 5. These are going to be used a ton. And even if they switch the rarity curve, let's say they update it to be 60 higher and make it 259 instead of 199, this still goes to 259 as well. So I believe it even does for the lowest shield too. Let me double check. Pretty sure even the lowest shield goes to 15, or that number. It's whatever the round one is. Oh, that's carpentry. I'm looking for bone right. I'm looking for a round shield, because this would be the lowest. Oh, superior one's actually at 198, really? Alright, well, ignore that one. But every other shield goes to 199. Interesting, the superior round only goes to, or the round shield only goes to 197. But every other one does go to 199. Like, for example, the square one goes to 251. And, of course, the other one goes to 296, which that should use this material, right? Yeah, 295. Oh, yeah, sorry, because it's 1 level below. So, yeah, it goes to 295, not 296. 296 is the level that you get the new shield. But 295 is the range that it goes to. Yeah, that checks out. Because that's referring to the hexagon shield. The other one's the square shield, which is the main one that you want if you want a full 199. Or if you don't mind dealing with a 197, you could technically do the round shield. I said, hello, Ambird! Hello, MK Jets! Welcome. You just keep the stream on just to hear our laugh. Thank you. Yeah, we try to stay happy every day. And overall, the grind's been going pretty well. Still a little stagnant, but after the update yesterday, technically today, that, well, technically yesterday, although we showed it today. But after this update, I'm really hopeful for the very near future, too. Because, remember earlier when I said they're probably going to start adding a quest per month? This sure looks like they're doing about a quest per month. If you're currently actively have half your team working on 2 side quests, that sure sounds like a quest a month to me. So I'm really looking forward to that. It'll be like the good old days. He's old school RuneScape most years, except for last year. Last year's a bit of an outlier. But not counting last year, I think old school RuneScape, on average, when, you know, it wasn't Andrew Gower and his team anymore, I think their average was like 5, 6, 7 quests a year. But, yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if they're going to be on track for like 12 to 24 a year. And he does some really, really good quest rewards a lot of times. So far, the two biggest ones we have, of course, is Spider Nest and Lost and Found. Spider Nest for deposit boxes, storage roof thingies, which is so vital to the game. It's basically a core mechanic. And the ability to make 4-star equipment, both weapons and armor, is locked behind the Lost and Found quest. So some pretty hefty rewards, like the ability to craft 4 stars and the ability to actually play the game properly, are locked behind 2 quests so far. So it'll be interesting to see what they do for other quest rewards. 2 quest rewards that are very likely in the near future, though we do not know for sure if these 2 quests are them, is a second Hope Port teleport, as it's the only one without it, and equipable potions, which they mentioned during the Q&A, but is not currently implemented, but they did say would be locked behind a quest. We don't know if either of those 2 quests are either of those 2 rewards, but one of them might be, both of them might be, you never know. I don't know, what do you guys think for quest rewards? What do you think they might do for them? Because that's my 2 guesses, honestly. Is Hope Port teleport and equipable potions, but, you know, it could be literally anything. It did some pretty crazy stuff in the past, and they'll probably continue to in the future. Even just in the context of Brighter Shores, but also, like, past passes in their other MMO. I said hello, Darwood. Welcome, welcome. Saw you earlier as well. I said hello again, Ambird. Hope everything's been going well. But yeah, game plan right now is do every last plank in here, banking every last one of them, which is really annoying, but we will be doing it. And then we pretty much just woodcut the rest of the stream. I'm not sure what our woodcutting goal is, but I know our end goal is 200, 200. Technically 208, 216, but that's for later. I don't know, what's a good end goal? Let's see. Probably pine. Get to pine log. I'm not sure if we're doing any pine logs today, but I might just save that for tomorrow then. Because pine log's one of my favorite. It's really grown on me to become my favorite log to go do now because of the gameplay loop around it. I've actually really been enjoying. Who knows? Maybe we'll have equipable potions by then. No, I highly doubt it. The quest isn't coming that soon. Even if that is 1 to 2 quests. Like, you might have mentioned it yesterday, but those things are still probably weeks away. But apparently they have the whole team working on it, so hopefully they're making good progress. Yeah, it's going to be pretty hype still, though. We have gotten 0 new quests since launch. Or launch, whatever you want to call it. Quote-unquote launch. Because we've only had the 9 that the game launched with. And, of course, the main storyline that the game the thing launched with. And we know for sure this one isn't being continued until, like, 3 to 6 months from now when Chapter 5 comes out. So the only way we get more is the side quests that they're doing now. And so far, we've had some decent ones. I would say the biggest ones are Brandoff Inheritance for double storage. Spider Nest for the ability to play the game, as in, you know, being able to deposit everywhere. Lost and Found for the ability to make 4-star equipment. And that's about it. There's a few other, like, small utility ones that you get from some quests, but those are definitely, like, the big behemoth of, like, absurdly good rewards. The ones that are pretty underwhelming are Lost Shipment, Forgotten Things. To some degree, Matubin's Legacy, though, I guess it is the best venture in the game, so I don't know, I guess it's not bad. I would say the most useless ones is probably Lost Shipment and Spirit Essence. Spirit Essence gives you nothing but a safe spot for an enemy that they might patch eventually, but currently does count as a safe spot. So it gives you a safe spot to a specific enemy, but it only requires partial completion, not full completion. Battle Fortune Hold's pretty bad. Once again, it only requires partial completion, not full completion, to get the main reward from the quest. And instead of a safe spot, you end up getting a shortcut for Merchant. And the only thing you get from Lost Shipment is, like, a weapon that will become irrelevant after, like, 10 levels. I guess it's okay for, like, that level range. Like, hey, here's, like, an early game range weapon to kind of hold on to. But, I don't know, it kind of falls off way, way, way too quick. You're doing woodcutting right now in Power World. The missile launcher. Oh, gosh. You're just blowing up entire forests. And I said nuke the forest. I didn't mean literally. But yeah, we're kind of doing the same right now. We're currently woodcutting while woodcutting. Or technically we're fletching while carpentry. But soon we'll be woodcutting while woodcutting. Still no beaver pet, by the way. Where are we at? What's our progress? We're at 78.5 million woodcutting XP with no beaver pet. Wonderful. Actually, what's the easiest way to get there? Let me see. Collection log. Other. All pets. There it is. There's all of our beavers that we've gotten from 78.5 million we've gotten the total of 0 beavers. And someday we'll get it. Also, we're at 9 out of 62. I highly doubt I'll ever finish all pets in this game, though. It is an insane grind. Like, over, I think, like, 10,000 hours. Like, it's a comparable grind to, like, 500 all in Brighter Shores. Like, it takes so long. I'll be lucky if I even ever get half before dying on the hardcore. But yeah, that was supposed to be a 1-month grind back in October when I was sick, but has turned into like a 4-month endeavor that we've done every second of Brighter Shores, and it still isn't done. It's actually insane how dry we are. We're at least 3 times over drop rate. Like, we should have 3 beavers by now. Alright, grab all that. Yeah, plus they keep adding more. Like, last year alone, I think they added, like, was this Church of 2 last year? No, that's the year before. But yeah, last year probably added, like, 5 pets or something. That's the thing with Brighter Shores, too. That's one of the reasons why 500 all in Brighter Shores is really unrealistic. Because let's say even hypothetically you wanted to grind what's currently in the game. They're going to be adding 1 or 2 chapters every year. We don't know the exact number, but bare minimum they're going to be adding 1 a year. That takes a while. Even just 1 chapter is like 4 entire months out of a year where you're doing nothing but grinding those skills. Like 4 months straight. That's already like 1/3 your year. What's Brighter Shores 2? What, do I have Brighter Shores 2 in the title? Wait, how did I type it? Oh no, it says Brighter Shores 1. Or Brighter Shores. No, I said Brighter Shores 2. No, I meant 2 as in 2. T-O-O. Not 2 as in the number 2. I have no clue what my sentence was, but I meant T-O-O, not T-W-O. But yeah, we'll be banking every last one of these. This is like the golden age of carpentry right now. So pretty much for the rest of the carpentry grind, I will be banking 90 to 100% of everything. Even if that means we have to sacrifice like 10%, 15% XP per hour. Because with that time sacrificed, we're making, like even just with this plank, I don't even think this plank is worth that much. But if we sacrifice 10 minutes every hour, we're making about, at bare minimum, like 600-700 silver in that hour. I mean, within that 10 minutes. Which if you break it down, it's like 3-4 gold an hour. For even the lowest tier one that we're doing right now. There's like 3 to 4 gold per hour in savings. Just from the time walking back and forth. Is that really that worth it? It kind of is, kind of isn't. But, I don't know, we're doing it. Honestly, out of any material we're going to get from Carpentry, I feel like this is the most important one out of any of them. As this is our shield upgrade material for pretty much the rest of time. Because I'm not getting above level 200 bone right anytime soon. Which means I can craft up to 260 after the combat rework. So this is pretty much our, like, shield making resource for forever. Or at least for the next, like, 6 months. Like, the next half a year. This is the material we need whenever we want a shield upgrade. So we're going to be using it a lot. How viable are shields really going to be after the combat rework? That's within question, but, you know, you're still going to be using them some. It's not like you're never going to touch a shield after the combat rework. It'll probably be less needed to utilize a shield at any given time. But, you know, you're still going to use a shield here and there. Especially for, like, PvP and stuff, though. For PvP, you're probably going to need, like, max gear, though. PvP is, like, a whole different story. That's, like, a topic in itself, what you would need to do to prep for that. Because there's still so many unknowns with it. We're all shield breakers soon enough. I know, right? Everyone's going to be breaking their shields. We need a shield supplier. There's going to be, like, 1 billion shield breakers rolling around. Who's going to supply all the shields to break? But I'm still not sure what our master plan is for Chapter 5. I do plan to go pretty hard on Chapter 5. I still haven't made a determination if we're going 500 all. It really comes down to how viable Builder is. Because if we're doing 500 all combat, then we might as well also do Shield Breaker, because, you know, we'll just keep doing every chapter then. It's one of the reasons I actually do plan to pivot to combat. As, you know, if we're going to go somewhat in, we might as well go all in. I'm still slightly concerned about going all the way to 500 rather than like 400 something though. It's still something else I'm considering for Pole one day. We're still 100% going to get 500 Chronopolis because I want that Dragon Cape. But in every other chapter, I'm considering only going to like 400 or 450. Like stopping a bit before the 500 mark. This will make us really low on all the leaderboards, but it doesn't really matter because, you know, you're already not going to be making top 20. But I'm actually highly considering doing like 400, 400, 400, then 500. Or if we do something like that, do like, you know, 400, 400, 500, 500, or something like that. Because I'm not sure if I want to go all the way to a max level. I'm still hesitant to. Just because there's going to be so much content in the future where we're going to gain 0 XP for. And I'm just slightly concerned about that. Like, our motivation to kill a boss like 1,000, 10,000 times might be way worse if half the XP that we're getting is 0. Because the skill is already max. Like, yeah, we have the benefit of killing it a bit quicker, but we're also getting no XP the entire duration. I guess it also comes to what on Earth for the 500 level perks will be for capes once they come around. Because they did mention they're adding cape perks. We just don't know if they're going to be tiered, but I would assume they're going to be tiered. And if they are, it really comes down to how strong are the tier 500 capes compared to the 200 capes. Like, is it actually worth going all the way just to get the 500 perk and do post 500? Like, that's my biggest issue with Brighter Shores Number Go Up Simulator right now. Is, once you reach 500, you have no reason to ever train that skill again currently. And I'm hoping they do some kind of rework to it to some degree in any way, shape, or form that makes it so it's actually viable to do post 500 in a skill. Because it's physically impossible to 500 everything. So training a skill past 500 is a complete XP waste at that point. Something we'll have to figure out later down the line. Yeah, once you get a 500, you get onto the leaderboard rank forever. But most of those ranks are so low for every combat. Like, if I go check, you know, guard real quick. Or even a deeper one. Let's go mine fighter. 500, 500, 500, 500, 500, 500, 500, 500, 500, 500, 500, 500, 500. It's already almost full. There are only 5 spots left, and they're already taken by people that will soon get there. Actually, if you show anonymous, even more. There's 15 of them already taken with only 5 remaining. And then you check something like guard, and this is definitely going to be straight 500s. Like, you're literally just getting a number at that point because there's so many people max. Like, the only 2 that we can realistically get is, there's only 2 that we could do. That if we are going to do it in the current state of the game. It's mining and smithing. Mining, we're like 100 levels behind, but it's definitely doable. If we go check top right here. Like, rank 20 is 342. That is definitely doable. I just realized no one on the mining leaderboard is hidden right now. That's interesting. I think this might be one of the few leaderboards where there's no anonymouses on it. It's still the same with or without it. That's kind of funny. Yeah, we're only 100 levels behind right now. Which is a lot. But it's recoverable. And the other one is smithing. Smithing's harder to tell, though. Because some people have done the mining grind and some people haven't. And anyone who's already done the, like, 500 mining, even if they're 200 smithing right now, is way ahead of someone who's, like, 250, 250. But this one is only at... this one does have some hidden people. But this one is only at 263. That's less than 10 levels. The problem with that is the mining difference. Let's go check, like, their mining level, for example. Their mining level is very low, so they are really easy to pass. But then you look at someone like, if I can get it back over there. If you look at someone like, I don't know, what's a good example here? Rockstat's probably a good example. They probably have pretty decent mining. Like, this would be a lot harder to pass, because even though their smithing level's a bit lower, they're, you know, way, way closer to 500 mining. But, yeah, if we are going for any top leaderboard pre-Chapter 5, it has to be mining or smithing. Most likely smithing. Because some of those miners are going to be doing stonemason instead, not smithing. Like, they're going to go half and half. Because there's about as many Cryo Knights as there are Hammer Mages, and obviously you can only really prioritize one. Unless you're spending all your time as Mines and Matubin. But for the average person, you're mostly just prioritizing one. Like you're generally not getting all three of them, like, post 200. There are some people doing that. But most people aren't. And the most people that are good would probably be people who stay Iron Man forever. Because if you're staying Iron Man forever, it actually is relevant to get all three. But if you're not, you really don't need beyond 200 for anything that isn't your primary skill. You still could eventually, but it's a lot less needed. Because trading fixes, like, everything with that. As long as you have at least one of them really high. I said hello, Rico, by the way. Welcome, welcome. Hope all's been well. Also, a lot of people confident about the combat rework. Also, one thing that's interesting, no votes for 2 quests coming before the combat rework. People are really confident the combat rework is soon. I sure hope so, though. I hope it's sometime next month. Though I hope it's not going to happen the 2 days that I'm away. Because I will be gone for 2 days next month. The 17th and 18th. 17th we're generally away anyways, because I believe it's a Monday. But that following day I'll also be away. And probably have no stream, or if I do, it's like absurdly late at night. Because I'm either getting back the following day after that day, or, like, really, really late that night. If I do get back really, really late that night, I might still do stream. There might technically be no overlaps in a sense. Because I could theoretically do a very, very absurdly early morning stream that Monday. And an absurdly, absurdly late stream that, that Tuesday, but I don't know, we'll see. Because they said they would take them about a day. But they're going to be pacing it across 2 days just in case. But they don't know exactly how much damage the floor has, so for all we know, it could take like a week. But their estimate was it would take like a day, day and a half. Well, you know, it could take 2, it could take 3, it could take 4. Because they haven't actually seen under the floorboards and everything what they need to fix. Also, we waste a lot of XP potion whenever we're doing it like this. Not really any way around it, unfortunately, unless we, like, sell to the guy. But we are not selling. I refuse to sell. Not this material. If there is any one material we are not selling, it is this one. There are 2 that are really important. Tier 4 Suaves, or Suavi, and Tier 4 Plank. AKA Fine Plank and Fine Suavi Pole. Are by far the 2 most useful things out of all of Carpentry. That we're going to be doing this entire 200 grind. So those 2 are by far the most important things to keep. Like, it's not even close. The other ones might be important after the combat rework, but we don't really know. Like Fire Dagger, stuff like that from, like, the Poplar. Not the Poplar, but from Pine and, Hickory. These are a few weapons that we get from that. I believe we get our daggers, we get our axe, and we get our mace. I believe are from the Hickory and the Pines. Pine, I believe, is for the daggers. Hickory, I believe, is for the mace and throwy axes, which are both yellow weapons. So basically all of our good yellow weapons are under Hickory. And if we ever want some fire daggers for some reason, if they have a good special attack, we would need it for, from the Pine. And of course, these are for shields in the future. As well as, who knows, maybe the boss in the future, if you need higher tier planks, you never know. Also, why I highly, highly doubt it. You never know. These could be used for builder. To our current understanding, these are not used for builder. No carpentry supplies used for builder, as we currently know. But they could change that. But as we currently know, there's not a single thing from carpentry used for builder. But you never know that. You might need planks or something. If you're going to need anything from builder, you're definitely going to need this material, that's for sure. But as we currently know, you will not need carpentry for it. You'll need a bunch of other skills, even bone right, oddly enough. But you will not need builder for it. I mean, you will not need carpentry for it. Based on current known info publicly. Well, better safe than sorry. It's not why we're gathering so many, but it is a byproduct of us gathering so many. But I wish I would have teased some of the progress, though. Is there anything that's kind of unfortunate about that? Is, they didn't tease anything. Or no, maybe in the comment section did it. Oh, I forgot, you can't check it unless you're logged in. Boo. I thought they used to let you do that in the past. I guess ever since X became X, they don't let you do that anymore. I just swore an old Twitter lets you do it without logging in. My Steam client never bothers logging in. There's no point to. As from what I skimmed from it, didn't seem like he dropped anything juicy in the comment section. Yeah, it's pretty much our life now for the next week. Anytime we have any free time, we hit some trees. We do some planks. Rinse, repeat. Do indefinitely. Until 200. And given that we're banking nearly everything, 128 to max might actually take almost as long as it did to take to even get to this point. Not for the woodcutting aspect, but for the carpentry aspect. Because the early carpentry levels, of course, the first 20 you end up getting the, you are pretty much free. But then also all the quest XP, which ends up giving you like a total of like 3 or 4 at your level range. So it's already like 23, 24 levels that were just completely skipped almost. So when you break it down, yeah, given that we're banking everything now, getting to 126 carpentry, we basically are halfway there. Like, time-wise, for getting 200 carpentry. As the last 74 levels will take about as much as the other 126 levels did. Oh, so what was that lag spike? What? 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 Hello, game. That's weird, because nothing else lagged. I don't even think the stream lagged. It's hard to tell with how much that just lagged, but, yeah, that was the game side. Not sure what happened there. Might need some server maintenance. Which I wonder when's the last time Brighter Shore has been down for server maintenance. So I'm pretty sure they do it at a weird time where I'm normally sleeping. I feel like they normally do it around like Mondays at the middle of nowhere. Like 5 AM my time on a Monday or something. Also, I will be dumping all knowledge onto, I believe, carpentry? It's one of the reasons I'm even doing this to begin with. And then again, you know what? Maybe we do put it onto woodcutting. I think I'm going to put it into woodcutting until we need to put it into carpentry. Is getting that better woodcutting XP at 139 outweighs the carpentry? I'm pretty sure that's what we do. We dump it all into woodcutting to 139, which is our goal for today. And then, when we're doing that woodcutting, we then dump it into the other way around. Or as we do woodcutting, we dump it into carpentry. Or as we're doing carpentry, we dump it into woodcutting, ironically. They just keep dumping into each other. Until we eventually have 200 woodcutting and like 170 carpentry, and we're like, oh no, what happened? How do we not have 200? Despite the fact that we did it that way. That's realistically what's going to happen. We're going to be like 20-ish levels short, but that's fine. There's ways around it. Most notably knowledge. But also we could technically go for the 208 woodcutting we need. Post 200. Because I believe that's tier 5 pine or something. Which is actually really good. Yeah, it's tier 5 pine. So today we're getting to tier 4 pine. But at the end of the grind, we'll be at tier 5 pine. And doing that post 200 would be fine. If we needed it for carpentry XP. The only problem is, what level do you do for carpentry? You already have to be nearly max. Oh! Well, that's a problem. Wait. Oh. Oh yeah, we're definitely gonna have a hole at the end. Oh. That is an unforeseen problem. You can't do them until you're already maxed. Wonderful. And we're not doing oak pole, or at least not that many. I guess we're gonna have to do a lot of tier 5 ash plank. Tier 5 ash plank isn't as good as tier 4 though. I don't actually care about tier 5 as much. It's because we won't be able to use it for a very, very, very long time. So I might even just sell them. Is there a rare circumstance where tier 4 is actually more enticing to us than tier 5? Because these tier 4s last us the entire level range we're ever going to need for like the next half a year to a year. So, yeah, we don't really need the tier 5 stuff. I guess we could always sell it or something, but, we're gonna sell it to other players. I don't know, we'll see. Tier 5's just in a really weird in-between compared to tier 4. Like, tier 4 helps bridge you into, like, the 200 grind. Like, it dips it a little bit into pre-200, but it also goes into post-200. So that's where a lot of people kind of are. Like, slightly before 200 or, you know, slightly above 200 kind of area. But the problem with tier 5 is it's not tier 6 or tier 4. Because tier 4 bridges the, like, mid-game, early game to the late game, end game kind of area. But then the tier 6 is, like, your true end game equipment. But tier 5's in a weird in-between where it's just kind of dead a lot of times. Like, it's not useless. It's actually pretty good with how high the level range can go for some things. But it's just in a really weird in-between where it's not best in slot, but it also doesn't really bridge everything. I guess it's pretty good for the post-200 grind around that range, though. Is that something I haven't really needed to deal with for anything yet? Even Chronopolis at that level range hasn't even needed to deal with the tier 5 crafting yet. But I guess that's the main factor. Is it helps bridge the late game to the end game. It just affects so few people currently. Like, relative to every other major range. Compared to, like, tier 4, tier 6. Because anyone truly, truly endgame, once they get all the way there, they're gonna care about tier 6 stuff. Especially with the weapon proficiency changes that are gonna be happening. Or you might just be able to camp tier 4 for quite a while and then just skip straight to tier 6. Almost like completely skipping over tier 5. Not completely, but partially skipping over tier 5. Just got to Glade Sage for the first time. Banking is going to be annoying. Oh, gosh. Is that the first one or the final one? Is that the final tier of Sage? Yeah, that is abysmal. I only banked 3 inventories my entire grind when I did the weaker Sage. But yeah, I highly advise not banking them. I banked 3 inventories the entire grind. 1 to test how bad it was, which we already knew. I just wanted to see how bad the route was. The second one was because I needed a sickle upgrade. And the third one was when we were done. And those were the only 3 times I banked. Once to test it. Once because we had the sickle upgrade like 1 level later. And then again when we ended. And that's the total amount of banking I did for that. Because they were just so far from a bank. Which actually already 7% came from. Well, some of them. The rest we bought while we were doing the alchemy grind and burning our entire cash stack. But 69 of those were actually gathered. Yeah, I ended up just buying the mats when I did alchemy. It's a little expensive. It costs like 9 silver per potion. But it beats having to do that entire walk. The walk is just too far. Like, to put into perspective, these logs are worth almost as much as those sage. Like, these planks are worth like 3-4 silver each. And look at how close this bank is. Like, we're going 1 room. Maybe like 20-something tiles, 30-something. I guess if you count both ways, it's like 50 tops. But you have to do like 5 times that distance, if not more, to go bank sage. Yeah, these things are worth, whatever this says. These things are worth 4.1 each, which is basically the same cost as sage. I think sage is 4.5 each. And these things are 4.1. That's also why we're banking these, by the way. As pre-price hike, these cost 4.1 each if you want to mass buy them. Not to mention, you would already still have to do the walk if you were to. Or at least if you were to do it non-Iron Man. I guess it with player trading, you could trade other people. But if you were to go and do it, you would not only have to do the same walk that we're doing now, but it would cost you 4.1 pre-price hike to go do so. But it's worth about as much as banking that sage. Except the sage bank is all the way over here. And the carpentry bank is only right over there, which is still a bit of a walk, but it's not that bad. And that's why we're banking all tier 4, by the way. Because we're getting to the point where if we actually need the material, it is going to be so expensive if we actually want to buy it. So for the rest of this carpentry grind, I am banking every last one. As well as any post 200 we do. Like if we're doing carpentry going forward, we're basically doing it because we need the material, not because we need the EXP. Though right now it's a bit of both, since we're trying to get to 200. But our carpentry here 4th is because of the material, not because of the EXP. These happen to also need 200. Technically 216, but that's a later issue. We're just doing 200 for now. Not sure how high we'll get at this stream. Hopefully at least 130. I plan to mostly only do what we have banked right now. We might do a little bit more after that though, but I'm pretty sure all the carpentry we're going to do on stream is probably just whatever's in the bank right now. We have way more to go do than that, but as far as stream time, we'll probably just do what's banked. Because I pretty much have 2 goals to stream, which will probably be our goal for almost every stream. Is aim for a tree to get a woodcutting level 4 and just do everything that's currently in the bank. So it's 194 more logs in the bank, plus get to 139 woodcutting. Those are our 2 and only goals for today. But then, of course, off-stream we'll be grinding it more. But I think that's our on-stream goal. 139 woodcutting and every last log in the bank. Which is a little under 200 more. And it's pretty much our game plan for the next week until it's done. Every single day. Unless they do an update that tangents it. Like, ooh, new quest in 5 days. Or something like that. Because there are 2 quests and a combat overhaul in the works. But yeah, we need to start speeding it up, though. We do need to start putting the pedal onto the get all the levels up. Because we might not make it in time. If the combat rework is in, let's say, exactly 1 month from now. No, we still should be able to make it. As long as it's not within 2 weeks from now. We should be fine. Because we should have woodcutting carpentry done this week. Or maybe not this week, but, you know, within the next week duration. I want it done by the 7th. And then by the 14th, we should have Forge or Fisher done. Meaning the only one we wouldn't have done is cooking, which I might just let slowly burn over time through the dailies. Or the hourlies, technically. I've been doing them more like dailies. Well, how often I do my cooking runs, it's basically a daily rather than an hourly. Yeah, do our daily chef run. I might still grind it, though, but by then, the combat rework might be out. We'll have to wait and see. That's pretty much the game plan. Woodcutting carpenter done by the 7th. Fisherman forger done by the 14th. And whatever's not done for cooking, just slowly get it up over time and not really worry about it too much. Like, yeah, we do need to go get it to 200, but it's not going to be, like, super high priority. And then we go all into, like, mining, smithing, because we need as high as we can before the combat rework. If the combat rework's in another month, that's only 2 weeks to go grind mining, smithing. Oh yeah, Sage is in the absolute middle of nowhere. It is actually the worst resource in the entire game to bank. And I highly advise not doing so. It is so bad. Sage is the absolute worst. I believe Carbonese is the second worst. The problem with Carbonese, though, is it's actually a core mechanic of mining. Whereas, realistically, you can ignore ever gathering Sage for gather if you really want to. There is a level range where it's worth it. Especially post-200. But pre-200, you only have to do it for, like, 5 levels. Total. Like, you pretty much just completely ignore it with knowledge or just from dropping them on the ground. You have to do them for such a ridiculously short duration. But the problem with Carbonese is it's the furthest material that you have to constantly keep doing across a skill. Sage is the furthest material, period, but you only have to do it for 5 levels pre-200. Post-200, you don't even need to do it for that long either. You have to only do it for 9 levels post-200. Unless you prioritize Sage over Femurs. In which case you would do it for 19 levels rather than 9. But in total, you only ever have to do Sage for 14 levels. 5 pre-200 and 9 post-200. If you immediately go to whatever your next upgrade is. Yeah, that's another way to do it too. If you do the dock leaf and bank them all, which is much more realistic to do, it's better to do that and just buy the sage rather than the other way around. Like, if you're going to collect only one, you should be getting the dock leaf, not the sage. It's still annoying to bank, but it's nowhere near as annoying as sage. Because all you have to do to bank that is use the teleporter. You teleport here, collect your dock leaves, teleport to the closest bank in the game, which currently is over here, and then go bank them all, then teleport back, and then repeat. It's a lot of teleporting, because you have to teleport to your location and teleport to the bank. I do hope we get a better teleport location soon. I hope that's something Chapter 5 does with Builder or just in general. I'm really hoping that the distance between a portal stone and a storage rift is way lower by Chapter 5. Either because there's just a really good location to do it in Chapter 5, or because there's something related to Builder that helps with it. But I really, really hope we get a better bank teleport than what we currently have. As I absolutely hate this one so much. And it would help all skilling in the entire... Well, maybe not all skilling. But there's a lot of bank skilling in the game that would be greatly improved if the path was way lower distance than this. I am hoping they eventually do one that's like 10 tiles or less. Old School RuneScape literally made one tile away. Talk about power creep. Not sure about RuneScape 3, but I'm pretty sure they have some broken ones as well. Old School RuneScape has an infinite teleport that is pretty much instantaneous. That is one tile away from effectively a storage rift. The closest one we have right now in Brighter Shores is like 30-something tiles away, and you have to go through a combat room. So I'm hoping we can eventually get that down to at least 10 tiles. Ideally better. But you know, a one-tile teleport would be great too. Now, at that point, you might as well just let us bank from anywhere. There's Old School RuneScape actually does let you do that. Bank from anywhere in the entire game. It's actually possible to infinite bank in Old School RuneScape. It requires you to hunt a weird creature that almost no one does, though. But with one inventory space, technically two, depending on how you look at it, you can bank 100 items, 1,000 items, 10,000 items in Old School RuneScape, and still keep banking over and over again, for the cost of only 2 inventory spots. One for the Hunter Kit and one for the Imp Box. The problem is each Imp Box only has 2 charges. I wish I would have given it more. I'm surprised Old School RuneScape still doesn't change that to like 5 or 10. It's really annoying that they only have 2. Because they're actually like so annoying to use. But they are a feature. Literally being able to bank anywhere. Only depositing, not be able to withdraw, obviously. Because that's what I say whenever I say banking in Brighter Shores. I'm referring to depositing, not being able to take stuff out. Because taking stuff out is really broken. But being able to deposit from anywhere is not broken. And technically that was during the Andrew Gower years. He added it in 2006. The ability to bank from anywhere. So it took him 5 years last time around. We'll see how long it takes for Brighter Shores. But for Old School, or technically RuneScape back in the day, it took 5 years before he added a bank from anywhere's option. And it was limited based on how much hunter you did of a certain creature. Hopefully it'd be a lot more streamlined if it was ever added to Brighter Shores, where there'd probably be some kind of cost with it, but it wouldn't require you to do only like one skill for forever. But you never know. Because that'd make for a really good gold sink. Because in Old School RuneScape, it only sinks time, not gold. You can't even trade them, even if you have trading enabled. So it simply just sinks time. But that'd be a really, really good gold sink in Brighter Shores. Eventually unlocking the ability to bank anywhere, but it costs you every single time you want to deposit anything. Either per item or per time that you open it. I think that's fair if you had to pay like 10% of an item's sell value to deposit it anywheres. Maybe even slightly more than that, because the sell values are pretty low. But even if you had to pay like 50% the sell value to be able to bank it from anywheres, I feel like that's worth it. Like exceedingly worth it. Not sure what balance they would eventually do if they ever even did something like that. But it seems somewhat fair. Like 50% its sell value as a deposit fee, but you can bank it anywheres with like a spell of some kind. But there's going to be one issue when trading comes out, if it doesn't have a fix by then, is people who do running, like, you know, running resources, running anything, they do not sink gold. But being able to deposit anywheres with a % tax on the, being able to deposit them, that does sink gold. If it costs like 50% of its sell value to go bank it from anywhere. But hiring a runner in the game once trading comes out does not sink any gold. It changes hands who owns the gold, but no gold is actually synced in the process. Hey, Shuno, he was woodcutting with me earlier. We were both doing the ash trees. Yeah, when I was doing that last night, he was also doing it. It looks like he's doing the exact same thing we are. We're both doing the ash trees, and then we're both coming and doing carpentry right now. That's kind of funny. Yeah, we're both doing ash trees last night and this morning. And now we're both doing carpentry at the same time. Go figure. So I wonder if he's done with ash trees now. Yeah, they still have more ash trees to do, but he's been doing it for a while more. So he's probably already almost done with ash trees, if not already done. And now he's just making them into planks. Whereas we're doing a bit of a mix, going back and forth. Oh no, he's a seller! He's a seller! How could he? I don't know why he's level 3,400. He's probably a dropper and a seller. I do drop some things, like when you see our fishing forager grind. Just because the banks are so ridiculously far that it's unrealistic to ever bother banking them. But, I try not to when possible. Like, anytime we're making more than, like, 3 to 5 gold per hour from banking something, I'll probably be banking it. Some things are even more than that. We broke down the effective money per hour on iron a little while back. Compared to buying it, I think the effective time used to bank was something like 20 or 30 gold an hour. It's kind of crazy. But our banking right now is actually pretty low in comparison, though. Relative to the time taken, we're only banking about 3 to 5 gold an hour right now. I'm just not sure how to calculate out exactly how many times we're going there. But somewhere from 3 to 5 gold an hour we're getting from banking these. If you count just the effective time of going back and forth. Which is not a lot for getting no XP during that whole duration. You know, it's not like the worst thing in the world. The main way I justify it, at least with carpentry, is you're going to already have to do something like this if you're doing leatherworker. The difference with leatherworker, though, is the sell and buy location are pretty fairly distance. Where the sell location is slightly worse, but the bank location is slightly better. But in the case of carpentry, it is the exact inverse, and by quite a margin. The sell location is not only closer, but is basically free with how close it is. It is like 2 tiles away, 3 tiles away. 3 tiles. Whereas the bank is way, way, way further if you want to deposit them. So it's quite a bit of an inverse of how leatherworker is. Or for leatherworker, it's better to bank than to sell. Even though the sell price is really enticing. But carpentry is the exact opposite. It's way better to sell than to bank. Like, way, way better. That's mostly because the shop is just so absurdly close. Hey, we got a carpentry level. I think we're only going to be able to get one more this stream. If we even get one more. Still got a ways to go to get all the way to the next objective, though. To be able to get all the way to the next objective, we need 139. We're at 127, which means 12 carpentry levels. That is not a small amount. But we're going to have a lot more logs from all the woodcutting, of course. Not enough to get all the way to 139, but, you know, whatever's left is obviously offset with knowledge points. It's easy. Well, we will be getting it within today, just not all on stream. Because stream is going to be mostly woodcutting. Even though we keep starting with carpentry every single time, which is probably really misleading to the duration of the stream. As every single one of these streams is almost always going to be starting with carpentry, as it has been. Yet the most of the duration of the stream is going to be woodcutting. And the main reason for that is I generally don't finish whatever's left in the thing in time. Whatever's in the lumber bank. Which we then do at the beginning to get a nice clean bank. And then we go woodcutting to go fill it back up. But then by the end of the stream, I just do the rest of it off stream. And don't bother clearing out the bank again. But then by the following day, I haven't actually finished getting everything out of the bank. Which repeats the cycle. And that's pretty much where we are until those numbers say 200, 200. Oh yeah, you know what AFK I actually did last night? Because I couldn't be bothered to go all the way to the mining AFK. I was actually doing the merchant AFK some. Just to bring us slightly closer for when we do the, get to 233 and 239. But by 233, I definitely got to manual train it. But yeah, I'm actually doing the merchant AFK lol. Is it worth doing? No. But I haven't been in the mood to be doing merchant, so I want to be like a little bit closer. On the Steam Deck, yes. I would say about 80% of my off-stream plays on Steam Deck now. It definitely makes it a lot easier to do while multitasking various things. But yeah, I would say at least 80% of off-stream time has been on Steam Deck. Which would have originally been 0. Basically only 30% of that time would have been played if I didn't have the Steam Deck. So we're getting like 70% more play by having Steam Deck pretty much. Because a lot of that time would not be time I would actually be able to do with it. But since I can easily do it while doing pretty much anything, it works out really nice. It's one of the reasons why our time has shot up like crazy again. Because for a while, we were as low as like 120, 130 hours played a week. But now we're back up to, whatever it says right now. We're back up to 167.7 is where we're at right now. Which one does that come out to? 167.7 divided by 14. We are on average playing for 12 hours a day, pretty much. Oh, we've been slacking still then. We're only at 12 hours a day. Oh, I've been catching up on sleep, so at least 8 to 9 of those hours have been sleep every single day. So yeah, that kind of checks out then. Also, I don't play the Steam Deck or anything when I'm going for a walk or anything like that. So any time spent doing stuff like that, or grocery shopping or anything like that. Obviously, I don't bother having a Steam Deck out the whole time. But, you know, if I'm just doing stuff around the house, I will be. Yeah, one thing that actually surprised me, I think this was off-stream, not on-stream. Nat, the person who is rank 1 woodcutter, and this person right here. How many hours would you guess that this person has played? They have basically base 20s in Chapter 1. In Chapter 2, they have 2 500, soon to be a third 500. And they haven't even touched Chapter 4. Like, how many hours would you guess that is? Because the number really surprised me. Which makes me scared about post 500 ever. Especially for harder ones. Because when they said the number the other day, I had to like double check that it was the right person because it's like, wait, it's really that high? But it was over 1,500. For basically 3 500s. Being woodcutter, carpenter, and scout. But yeah, that really caught me off guard. Over 1,500 hours. Because I think of how much progress we got in, like, in this time. Like 1,060. And it is crazy how much slower a 500 is. Because obviously we have no 500s. But yeah, with over 400 to 500 more hours. This is where they are. That's mostly because they're going for, obviously, all 500s here. Which takes forever and a half. compared to going like 200 all or something. But yeah, I would not have guessed that number. Like, when I see those stats, I would have guessed like 1,200 max. But it's closer to like 1,550. And most of all their woodcutting grind, 100% of it was done before cueable action as well. So that must have been a nightmare. Doing like brambles with no cueable action. Or just any amount of woodcutting without cueable action. Is honestly, woodcutting is probably one of the biggest beneficiaries of cueable action. But Nat did the entire grind without it. Alright, we're almost there. Under 100 left to go. And it should be the last of the carpentry we need to do this stream. Then we go to woodcutting the rest of the time. Luckily, the woodcutting is really chill. It is not as good as poplar or pines, but it's still pretty cool. You just click on every tree, wait, click on every tree. It's actually a perfect cycle if you do a pre-move as well. The off-stream, I generally don't do a pre-move. The while we're streaming, we definitely will. As it saves about 2 seconds or so every 6. So it definitely adds up. When I'm doing it off-stream, I just click 6, wait, click 6, wait. The reason you want to move is you get to the next spawn right when it spawns. But if you wait until it spawns, you waste a good 2-3 seconds or so. Oh, Bet's got, or Betez, however you say that name. 3,600, nice. That's a great milestone right there. That's nearly 200 all. Is he on leaderboard? I could check. He should nearly be at 200 all right now. There he is. Yep, 200, 200, 200. He's doing carpentry right now, literally as we speak. Yeah, he's about to get 200 all today. Nice, huge congrats. Another one finishing 200 all. You can kind of tell because generally anyone around like slightly over 3,600 is likely at 200 all. We won't be because we did quite a bit of post 200 beforehand. But if you go pretty evenly on them, you'll be around level 3,600 by the time you 200 all. And yeah, he'll finish carpentry. He only has to do 6 levels. It takes at most 3 hours. Even if he has to go buy all his logs. But yeah, he'll have 2,000 all, I mean 200 all today. Wonder what we'll do after. What am I going to eat after the stream? I'm not sure. I've been really salad heavy recently. Last night, I ended up just having a salad. That's not true. My mom brought some nice chicken home from work. So I had that with the salad. But I just had one really big salad. Was the original plan. But then she brought that back, so I was like, oh yeah, I might as well have that too. And she gets food from work a lot of times, and she brings it back for the whole household. Whenever she can. It's kind of funny because the place that she works at is actually so expensive that when we need to go and rent out like a hotel for like 2 days or so, when you know, the work is being done on the house, even with the discount she has from work, we are definitely not going to be staying at our workplace. Because it is far, far, far too expensive to actually stay there. It's, I think, more than triple what we're going to be paying for the other place we're going to be staying at. But yeah, she gets some really good food back from it sometimes. One of my favorite that they do, that she probably only brings back about once a month or so, because not every person orders it when they get there, or, you know, whenever they have, like, a event or something. But the lobster mac and cheese is, like, my favorite thing they have. But I think, like, per year, she only brings it back, like, 5 times, because obviously they don't order it, like, every single day or even every single month. But it is so, so good. Like, whole gigantic chunks of lobster just mixed with a pretty good mac and cheese. Like an actual from scratch made mac and cheese, not like a box one or something. I wouldn't even be surprised if they make the noodles as well. Like, the only thing that's probably pre-made is the cheese. And obviously the catching of the lobster. Obviously just get the lobster. Fresh lobster. That is so good. But yeah, I could only imagine what the prices for food at that place are like, though. But luckily, since she works there, any excess food she just gets for free. Because otherwise, you're just going to be throwing it out anyways. So the solution to that is just giving it to the employees. But there's something that I'm not used to. Having a job with any amount of perks. I think when I worked like a normal job in high school, the best perk I ever had was like free food, and that was it. Like one free meal a day. When I used to like clean at a restaurant and stuff. Like that's the best perk I've ever had from any job. I've never had healthcare from a job. I've never had any benefit beyond that. The best I've had is like one free meal a day. It's mostly because I've been self-employed for like over 10 years now, though. I haven't had like a normal job since like 18. Because even during college when I was working full-time, I still didn't even have a normal job. I was doing full-time college and full-time work. Yet, it still wasn't like normal work. It was mostly just flipping stuff, doing flea marketing, stuff like that. Which actually was the most money I ever made from any job ever. So far. I required keeping track of a lot of stuff, though. Well, luckily my dad's place had enough to store it all. Because that's another issue, too, with it was actually storing everything. It was like 95% of it was physical objects. Though I did do some digital goods in that regard as well. But most of it was physical, so you actually had to store it somewhere. Which I could never do with this house. It's like negative amount of storage. Like, I don't even have enough storage for my basic stuff. Let alone to run, like, a whole business of product out of it. Though it is a bit biased because that was a job I had in New Jersey. And all pay in New Jersey is like 2 times anything you would ever get here. Yeah, I do miss New Jersey some. I do not miss the taxes there, though. But there's a lot of money to be made in New Jersey. New Jersey and New York in particular are like 2 really good states for that. The problem is the cost of living is so astronomically high if you don't have someone else to stay with. Like, you would never want to move to New Jersey as a singular person, that's for sure. It would have to either be family or like a household of like 3 to 4 people. Alright, we're almost done. So much so, I'm even gonna go sell this one set and just run the 7 so we can do it off this one potion so we don't need to do a second one. And then back to woodcutting we go. How long did that take? That took about an hour. We did about an hour of carpentry, and now we're gonna do woodcutting for the rest of the stream then. With the end goal being 139 woodcutting, however long it takes. Might even do 140 just to do one set on pines. Just to re-experience the glory that is pine logs. And then off stream we have the nightmare of however many ash logs that is. Because the number is a 4-digit number. It's a low 4-digit number, but it is a 4-digit number of how many we'll have in there. I hope to do most of that off stream though. Because aside from maybe like 100 oak at most, I'm going to be going and doing ash all the way from where we're at right now. From 129 all the way till 139. Doing nothing but ash. Though I will be dumping knowledge into it along the way though. Or maybe I put into carpentry, I don't know. How much do you need for oaks for carpentry? 133. And then 139 for the pine thingy. As long story short, I need to have 139 by tomorrow's stream. Doesn't matter how we get there. But this 127 number needs to say 139 by the start of tomorrow's stream. Oops, I did not mean to bank it all the way. No, I meant to sell it. Well, I guess I'm just doing these other ones normally. I just banked it out of habit. I meant to sell there though. That's fine. I'm not gonna bother repotting for this then. It's already barely worth it as is. I'm not gonna pot just for 7. Alright, there we go. Time to go to woodcutting. So I'm not sure I want to do this potion-wise. There's 3 ways you could do this. Either 1 potion, 2 potion, or 3 no potion at all. 1, 2, or none. I'm leaning towards double and just potting up every time. Since we're doing it actively. Of course, that does mean we're getting 2 less planks every single time, though. Yeah, we're gonna do 6664 bank. This room's pretty chill. You do all the trees. If you hey, there's Darwood. If you want to AFK, you simply just stay at the last tree. It's about 40 seconds AFK, I believe. And you just wait for this tree to respawn and then click on 6 again. The only thing that's annoying is going to the bank. It's close, but it's not in the same room. And if you're doing it actively, you want to pre-move to the next tree. And by the time you get here, it'll be spawned. And there we go. And then you just do that indefinitely. Either dropping them or banking them, though we will be banking every last one, of course. It's one of the few things that queuable action is so good for. It makes woodcutting so much more chill than it was in the past. Because in the past, you would have had to have clicked on each one of these trees the second they were ready. Only extra input we're really doing is doing a click over here. But if you're doing an AFK, you can just stand on that tree and just wait for it to respawn. The problem with that is it takes a little while. You can see it's not spawned yet, but now it is. It wastes about 2 to 3 seconds just standing there. But it does make it substantially more AFK, though. And then, of course, we go to this bank, deposit everything into it, and then rinse and repeat until levels are where they need to be. If we want, we can throw a little bit of extra XP in there. Yeah, we do get access to a new tree at 133. We might be skipping it, though. I will go to it at 133 to do it for, like, a level, I guess. Maybe 2 levels. But then we shall return to Ash. I only want to bank like 100 of them, I think. Or even 50. Like maybe like 3 inventories, nice in between. We'll bank like 66 of them. Because that produces 132 logs? Or whatever the oak thing is called. Pole. And then we'll come right back to ash. As they are better carpentry XP, but worse woodcutting XP. But the problem is the material that you get from them I don't really need. Whereas this material is like the golden age of shields. And the best part is, this tree should be respawned by the time we get back to it. Even though we're only doing 4 here. Yep, there we go. Perfect. And yep, that's our tree cycle. It's not too bad. I do wish it was meta to go and do them over here, though. And do them and then, like, immediately go plank them and then bring them back and then keep looping it that way. I really wish the room was set up that way. Unfortunately, it is not. So we gotta do all the wood cutting over here, bank over there, and then do them separately. And then walk all the way over here. One thing you can technically do is grab a few ash trees as you're going into the carpentry place. If you want your ash planks to last even longer. I personally haven't been bothering with that though. But you could grab anywhere from like 1 to like 5 ash trees on your way back from banking at the thing. And then grab some ash trees on your way there. And then grab whatever the difference is from the shop. Or, you know, not the shop, but the bin. Given that we currently need 11, the best way to do that would be to grab 1. Or once we have equipable potions, the meta would be to grab 2. Because then you only need to grab 10 from the storage. Actually, no. Actually, once they fix that, you could just use the auto button. Because I think the auto button always does to 12 regardless of how many you have in your inventory. So if you have 5 in your inventory, it'll auto take out 7. The problem with that is the auto does it for 12 and not 11. Because it assumes that equipable potions already exist. Which means, hey, hopefully the next quest coming. Equipable potion. They said we have 2 quests around the corner. 2 new side quests. I'm almost like 95% certain one of these 2 is equipable potion. What the other one is, who knows? Could be the Hopeport teleport or something. But there's like a 90-95% chance one of those 2 is the equipable potion quest. I'd be very surprised if it's not. This is probably one of the most requested quality of life features in the entire game. And they already confirmed it's coming out through a quest. We just don't know which quests. Like, it might not be one of those 2 quests, but it will eventually be from a quest. Might just not be those 2. But they did confirm during the Q&A that it is going to be coming from a quest. But hopefully it's one of those 2 quests, because we need it so badly. I can't wait till the day we never need to juggle or keep a potion in our inventory ever again. I hope you can equip a lot of them, though. Because if you only equip 20, that will still be a bit of an issue. As 20 doesn't even last you an hour. Yep, where am I going? Forgot the other log. You know why I actually thought I had full inventory? The way I have my inventory open on my Steam Deck, it has like a weird empty spot all the way at the end. And I actually keep thinking, or what I just thought right there is that that was the one empty spot that's on the Steam Deck. Because the size that it has like a weird like that. Like I set up something like this, where there's like an empty spot at the end. So whenever I'm doing it on Steam Deck, it's like, oh yeah, we're actually full inventory with one less. Even though it's still the same amount, obviously. It just visually looks like one less. So when I saw that there was one there, it's like, oh yeah, we're already done. But no, you still need that one. Yeah, whenever you have it set up like this, there's a weird empty spot. And that's how it's set up on Steam Deck because of the ratio of the screen. I've been enjoying the Steam Deck a lot. I'm using it a lot more than I thought I would. We're addicted now. I still prefer normal PC gaming, but you know, it's a good alternative when applicable. And Brighter Shores is definitely one of those games it is exceedingly applicable for. You know what I already set up for it too? I set up all the hotkeys for combat, so I can easily input whenever we need to change our weapon or do a special attack. I already have everything bound, so when the combat rework happens, we're going to be good to go do our power grind for combat. I already have all the hotkeys ready to go. I was messing around with it while doing some AFK woodcutting and such, and carpentry. I was rebinding like every single key to what I think I might need for combat rework. Like the 1, 2, 3, the 4, 5, 6, the 7 and 8 for the potion. As well as binding a lot of things to escape key and spacebar, in case I ever need to send spell or to escape out of a menu. Because escape key is actually kind of annoying to do on PC, but it's actually really easy to do on Steam Deck. As you could very quickly rebind like literally anything to escape bar, or escape key I mean. Hey, Ambert's here. Welcome, welcome. Hello, hello. I just realized there's a fox in this room. I knew about the bunny. I forgot there was a fox here too. Ooh, someone over here with a golden soul. Makes sense, they're 200 plus carpentry. They can get it like 185. We actually will after the 200 grind. We'll have our golden soul. Like, we don't have the wimpy rusty one anymore. We have the mid-tier one. Still don't have the golden one quite yet though. Another like 45 woodcutting levels or something. For the +2 pot, does it affect the level and KP at the same time? Yes. I believe the answer is yes to what you're asking. But it gives you a +2 knowledge boost on the skill and a +2 level boost. Though the +2 knowledge boost in that situation, well, I guess it's somewhat relevant. But generally, no, I guess it's still relevant, yeah. I was going to say that's never going to be relevant, but no, it actually kind of is occasionally. But yeah, it gets double to both. It's one of the reasons why Lost and Found can be completed at 59 Mindfighter, 30 Bonewright, 58 Smithing, and 44 Stonemason. And we'll be doing it next week as well. I think next week's Tuesday? Wednesday? My two alts should be doing double Lost and Found. I was hoping we could do it on Monday, but I don't think they're going to be done with their AFK grind quite yet. But they're both about to hit their final skill. Actually, one of them already hit their final skill. The other one's about to hit it, I believe, tonight. So they're both only pretty much one skill away from completing Lost and Found. Almost entirely AFK'd the entire way. I think when we did it, on like the first week, we power grinded it for like, what, 3-4 days straight. But the alt accounts got it done within like under 5 hours of gameplay or something. Because, of course, it was done completely through the AFK method. Or, you know, the passives. But they completed Lost and Found in under, like, 3 to 5 hours, somewhere around there. As far as active playtime. And most of that was getting level 20 in the 3 skills. Or technically the 4 skills, but the combat was already done from the main storyline quest. So there's really only the other 3 they had to go out of their way for to 20. Bone Right, Stonemason, and Smithing. And any other time beyond that was just them getting their knowledge points whenever they needed it. Which at this point, I believe both of them only need about 3-4 more knowledge points. And then they can +2 boost the entire quest. And that's another thing that's great too, since I did it all through passives. One thing I was thinking like early on was, oh no, I'm going to have to go out of my way to go get all them passive points. But no, since they're doing it automatically to go train the skills, they actually don't need any. As they already did them all in their grind. And the last one, technically you need a +1 for, but we're using a +2 just so we can get one less level. But we're using it only for a +1 knowledge boost, but a +2 level boost. Just so we don't have to go an extra level. It's worth the extra money to save having to level them each one higher. So hello, Chris. Welcome, welcome. You're 710 early in the game still. Honestly, 710 still pretty progressed. What do you think mainly use gold for? Should you just save or use them on enhancing tools? Depends if you want to do a lot of trading when trading comes out. Though based on what they mentioned the other day, the 2 main things they're working on right now are 2 new quests and the combat overhaul. So trading being released is probably on the back burner for now. So it's probably still good like month or 2 before we actually get trading then. But because of that, I'd probably say enhancing tools. I personally got nearly every single useful tool to 25. But even just getting like all of them to level 10, or you know, the ones that you actually plan on using. At least a good place to start. Because each one's only 2 gold. So getting them to level 10 is pretty free. At least relative to higher level ranges. Yeah, getting a bunch of useful ones to 25 can be helpful. That's the diminishing return before it starts to become way too expensive to go further. But we got the 25 for fishing rod, we got 25 for 1 to 2 tools, plan to get those to 10 later. We got 25 for the more useful one that does bones, and 10 for the one that you don't use as much, but still kind of need. 25 for the 2 useful ones, like the one we're using now and the one we're using on the next tree. As well as a 10 saw for when you do occasionally have to do it. Stuff like that. The only one I went over on is pickaxe for 30, just because it gains the most benefit of any tool when it comes to enhancing it. So it's by far the most useful one. It affects, between active and passive activities, it affects over 85% of all of them. Whereas the average skill, or the average tool, does less than half of that. So it affects nearly every single thing related to the entire skill. Which is way more than the average skill does, or the average tool does. And as far as these, we did 25, 25, 10. We actually got the AFK activity one up because post 200, you actually need them. Pre 200, you don't really need to worry about the AFK activity tools. But after 200, they become a little more enticing. As all passives after 200 are 4 times more effective. So any boost that you put on them is quite a bit more effective at that point. 4 times more effectively. But pre-200, you don't really need to worry about those, though. Like, pre-200, you shouldn't really ever be upgrading your fishing rod. Or if you do, only to, like, level 10 or something. Same reason I haven't upgraded the secutors for woodcutting yet, or the tree loppers, is they're not really needed till post 200. Yeah, mining iron is really good. It's better than carbonese, assuming you're banking. Right, 2.5 more levels and we'll go to Oak for a little bit. And then we'll come back to just doing Ash Tree only. Also, hello, Simasol. Welcome, welcome. Hope all has been well. You had 40 mining, so you're banking for the quest. Oh, nice. Yeah, I ended up honestly just buying it all for the quest. I think by the time we had the quest done, we only had like 31 mining or something. Or 35, something pretty low. Same thing for my alt accounts. They got a high enough mining to do mines in Matubin. And any other mining XP they've gotten since then has just been from the daily of doing it. And by daily, I mean weekly, because I almost never check their dailies. They'll be lucky if they grab it like twice a week. But in doing so, they've gone to like 33, 34 mining. It's actually a mistake I made on one of the accounts that I didn't even realize until like a couple days ago. Is I actually had them doing the mining AFK at 20. So I actually had the limestone. I knew I had the Shenarium and I used that. But I didn't realize I had the limestone on 1 to 2 accounts. So even though one of the accounts had like something like 30 something of these, 40 something of these banked, I actually bought it from the shop, thinking that I had 0 in the bank. Kind of forgetting that I did the limestone back then. Which is not ideal. I didn't waste that much money. But yeah, one of the 2 accounts ended up doing that. Don't remember which. The other one I remembered. But for the very first one, I bought all of that limestone. Assuming I had 0 in the bank, but actually had like 30, 40 in the bank. What skill takes the longest and what's a good skill to AFK? The skills that take the longest is whatever your main weapon making skill is in Chapter 3. That being Bonewright if you're Guardian, Blacksmith if you're Cryonite, and Stonemason if you're Hammer Mage. So if you're looking for something to dump knowledge into, those are the slowest ones in the game. Though do keep in mind you will need mining to support smithing and stonemason down the line at higher level range. And you will also need gather, woodcutter, and carpentry to be able to support Bonewright later at a higher range. But they are the slowest 3, just because they require so much production to work and get XP rolling for them. Like so much gathering of material. But beyond that, the most AFK is doing raid dens for detective. It's about 2 to 3 minutes AFK. You just walk into a center of a room and then come back 2 to 3 minutes later, and then you get a bunch of knowledge and XP for both watch person and detective. You can dump that knowledge into anything in the game. But yeah, raid dens for detective is the most AFK, and the best thing to dump knowledge into is whatever your weapon production skill is in Chapter 3. Though you will eventually need to get the gathering component up as well. As one without the other is kind of clunky. The only real exception to that is if you're planning on enabling trading and don't mind paying a lot for ore. Or for whatever material you need. But if you're staying in Iron Man, you definitely want to get the gathering components first. Even if it's not as good to get up. As you will eventually need it to support your weapon production. Yeah, I do want to get 322 merchant before Chapter 5. So that I can do perfect bricks and perfect tiles in case they're actually viable. That's likely going to be locked behind a quest that comes out before Chapter 5 comes out. We don't know exactly how it's going to be introduced. But based on the wording when you get there, it seems like it's going to be quest unlocked. But it could happen after Chapter 5 gets released or something. But as of right now, you cannot currently run bricks or tiles for Merchant. It's either going to activate when Chapter 5 comes out, or from a quest right before Chapter 5 comes out. Like a week before, a month before, or sometime before. And who knows, maybe we'll get another venture slot from that. Because we still only have 2 out of 6. That's another thing on the quest rewards that I'm really, really looking forward to once they start coming out. So we can actually start running more dailies. Whenever the 3rd one does come out, and if the merchant one isn't working yet for bricks and tiles, I am going to need to put it into fishing, which means we need to go get post 200 fishing whenever that happens. Because I would need to go run the fishing venture with it. which is level 231. Ouch. Or sorry, 226. 231's for the better XP rate from it. But yeah, 226. But I'm hoping by the time we get another venture slot that they would have activated the merchant ones. Though I believe you can only send one or the other. I don't think you can send both at once. Like, I don't think you can send them to go do bricks and tiles. I'm pretty sure it's an either or. Because I'm pretty sure the other guy set up right that, isn't he? Where you can either send them to go get grapes or cinnamon sticks. You can't go and have them go do both. I'm pretty sure bricks and tiles are going to be set up the same way. Or you can tell them to go get bricks, or you can tell them to go get tiles, but you can't tell them to go do both. I don't know, we'll find out whenever it happens. Oh yeah, the other guy only lets you do one? Yeah, okay, so the boat will probably only let you do one either as well. And you need 250 for the brick and 322 for the tile. For the perfect ones. You could do it with way lower. But the perfect ones are at that 2 levels. And that's going to be relevant for builder. How relevant, we don't know, but you're definitely going to use it for something. Whatever bricks and tiles are used for. We're gonna go tile a bathroom and build a brick wall. I'm still really curious to see what all the use cases for builder is. It's either going to be one of the best skills in the game or one of the worst. We don't know which yet. It's either going to be as annoying as Bone Right with no benefit at all, or like one of the top 3 or top 5 skills in the whole game for viability of getting it up. We'll find out when it happens. Or just pretty much everything with this game at this point. We'll find out when it happens. What are the 2 new quests that will happen? Who knows? We'll find out when it happens. What's the combat rework? We somewhat know, but there's honestly more questions than answers, so we'll find out when it happens. A lot of waiting simulator. Yeah, the community manager did mention episode 5 is his favorite, which means builder has to be good then. That's one of the main reasons I feel like builder is going to be good. Because he can't possibly love it just because of armor maker, or just because it has a basic combat and a basic gathering skill. The only skill that's really unique in chapter 5 is builder. So builder has to be really, 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 really good then, if he's calling it his favorite chapter. Unless he just really likes the lore from it or something. Because the only thing that could be really out there is builder. Because the lore is probably going to be pretty standard, unless there's a big plot twist that happens or something. The other 3 skills are pretty standard. Armor Maker is just what Mind Matubin already does, but for armor instead of weapons. Combat just combat. Delver is just Gatherer, Forager, just with different resources. Like, the only thing that's really unique skill-wise is Builder. So hopefully it's going to be good. If he's calling it his favorite chapter almost exclusively because of Builder. Because Builder is basically the only skill next chapter. Because combat's standard. The forging Delver thing is just standard. Armor Maker is kind of standard. Like, the gameplay of it's probably going to be standard. Obviously, it's use cases for armor, but armor is way less useful than weapons. Unless they ever add, like, offensive stats to them or something. It'll still be useful, but not as useful as, like, the Mind Matubin grind is. So, yeah, that really just leaves Builder, then. Is like the one that could be like the huge outlier, just like defines his chapter. Because you know you're going to get at least some amount of builder supplies from doing combat. Delver is almost guaranteed to grab some amount of builder supplies. Because my maxing orders for that chapter is likely going to be combat, then Delver, then builder, then armor maker. As despite armor maker being good, it's actually not that useful with how the combat rework is going to work. Because there's a good chance after the combat rework, just the armor that you guys drops is going to be good enough. It's good enough now, it's going to be good enough after the armor rework. Or, you know, after the our armor maker comes in. Because DPS is going to matter way more than durability. At least until bossing and PvP comes in. In which case armor will skyrocket in price. But in the current state of the game, after the combat rework, your DPS is like the only thing that matters. There's no boss or PvP where you would need durability for. As long as you can kill them before they kill you. Because currently there's no like degradation system for taking damage or anything like that. So taking like 20% damage in a fight compared to 70% damage in a fight are completely irrelevant to each other. As long as you're just not dying. It doesn't matter how much HP you're losing. As long as your HP bar never hits 0. The only other exception, of course, is if you need a healing pot. That's basically going to be the main purpose of armor after the combat rework. At least initially. Is to reduce the need, or if ever even needing, to drink a heal pot. It's like the only real big upside of armor. But there might be strategies just to completely kite around an enemy. Or even just literally never get hit by an enemy. Like if you have enough ammo, the tentacle will never hit you. In Mines Matubin and other things like that. Same as the cockroach. So armor is irrelevant since there's no combat stats on them currently. Only defensive stats. There's an issue that classic RuneScape had as well. All armor was just tank armor. It wasn't until 2005 and later 2007 that armor started to have more of a purpose than just tanking. So it took them like 4 or 6 years before they started adding like actual good armor. Like ones that had combat bonus on them. I hope in Brighter Shores they do that a little bit earlier than that. However, as it currently stands, all armor is tank armor. It doesn't serve any purpose other than tanking. That will change in the future, but as it currently stands, yeah, it's all tank armor. Which is not good. Tank armor is generally like the worst type of armor in any game. Unless it's a game where it's really, really relevant how much HP you maintain going between battle to battle. Which Brighter Shores currently is very much not that, since you get full healed after every fight. Because currently there's no incentive in the game to minimize how much damage you take. The only thing you care about right now is not dying. But the actual amount of damage you take is irrelevant, as long as you don't die. At least currently. But I'm still really curious to see what Chapter 5 does, though. This will be the first time since launch that we ever get a new skill. Back in the day, getting new skills was just so much fun. It's going to still have that same feeling in Brighter Shores. There'll be those people who want to go rush leaderboard kind of angle. There'll be the people who are just going to want to go explore the new area and just kind of go through all the quests and everything. Which is probably going to be our first thing. Explore the area, do all the quests. And then after we do that, we figure out what we're going to go do. After we have a good feel for the area. There's so many different things you can prioritize in a new area. Between whatever your favorite skill is, seeing the new quests, everything. Or just power grinding leaderboard. I'll definitely do a little bit of everything. And I might actually try for top 20 on the combat for that area. Pretty sure there'll be a lot of people going for it, though. And I will be banking all builder supplies you get as drops from them. Forager supplies, we might not. Like, any Delver supplies for, like, making potions there. We'll see if we will or won't. But anything related to, builder, I'm 100% banking. Because one of the whole points of even doing combat first is to bank builder supplies, assuming they drop any amount of builder supplies. Which I assume they would. Like, if there's like a rock golem in that chapter, then that would drop some kind of builder supply. A few other ones like that. Because it's taking place in a cave, so there's like no way that chapter doesn't have a rock golem. Yeah, there might be a shop to just buy everything. But you have to keep in mind that after the price hike. Because they're doing a price hike when trading comes out. And trading will 100% be in the game before Chapter 5 is. So everything for builder will already be pre-price hiked. So their cost is going to be pretty expensive to buy compared to getting it from the Venture. I said, hello, No Creamy! Welcome, welcome. Or from getting it from, you know, actual drops and everything. Because a lot of shops after the price hike might not be worth using anymore. Especially at the high level range. We just don't know how much they're price hiking everything. Could be a few percent, could be like tens of percent, could be almost double. You're scared to see how much iron you have banked? Oh gosh. I think it gets really scary once it's a 5-digit number. Oh, so what's your level distribution right now? In a few more weeks, we'll be joining you. Though not directly, because you're probably going to be on a higher rock by then. Unless you're staying on Platinum for a while at 262. In which case, I'll see you in about 3 weeks. If you're still at Platinum in 3 weeks from now. 245, 228, nice. So you're gonna pass me in... Oh, never mind. You already did pass me in mining. Just gotta pass in smithing now. Yeah, and estates are really good. That's the main reason I haven't been mining. I've pretty much just been waiting for my venture to bring me to 247. It's one of the reasons that actually works out kind of perfectly. Because in about 2 weeks from now, or, you know, once we have 200 all, non-combat, should also be about around the time I have 247 mining. Which sets us up perfectly to go back to doing mining. As we need 247 before we can go back to mining properly. Yeah, I think the only thing I have banked for smithing at the moment is, like 2,500 iron or something. Already processed the rest. Yeah, any bars I have left I will be keeping. I don't actually plan to process them. In case they're used for armor maker. It hasn't been confirmed, but it is very, very, very likely you'll need bars, stones, and bones for armor maker. Obviously, we know we need leather. We're also likely going to be needing the Mines of Matubin component as well for it. It's very, very, very likely. Which will make Armor Maker one of the most, if not the most expensive skill to train in the entire game once it comes out for Chapter 5. We just don't know what the XP rates are going to look like. But the cost associated with it is likely to be one of the highest, if not the highest, of any skill in the game. The only one potentially being higher is doing alchemy with no gathering whatsoever, and simply buying everything from the shop while keeping the potions. Is the only thing I could think of that would be more expensive. But otherwise, Armor Maker would be the most expensive skill in the game. Potentially only outdone by doing Alchemist with no supplies and keeping every potion is the only thing I think more expensive. Because during Armor Maker, you're always selling all your armor away. The 1s and 2s get sold to the shop. The 3s and 4s you either keep or technically there's no 4s, but you know what I mean. They could be combined into 4s. All the 3 stars you either make into equipment that you use, sell them to the shop, or if trading exists, which it should by then, you sell it to other players. So there's a lot of money that you recuperate. Technically from alchemy you will as well once trading comes out. If you want to sell them rather than save them. But Armor Maker has a bit more of a direct, like, cash to payout kind of system compared to alchemy. What was our goal again? 139? Oh, we get to go to the Oaks soon as well. To camp the Oaks or not to camp the Oaks? That is the question. I don't think I am. Oh no, it would be so much better for our XP rate though. It burns about 9 or 10% woodcutting XP in favor of 20% more carpentry XP. The problem is the material you get from it is really bad, so I'd just be selling most of it. But if I was to sell most of it, that would give us more profit. It's such a hard decision to make. I just know that this plank we're going to need so many of because of every shield we're ever going to need for pretty much the rest of the time. Especially if armor is barely needed. This would be like the shield we'd be using. Or the material that makes the shield that we would be using. Like the 4-star one. I will go to Oaks for some amount of time when we hit 133 though. But I am almost guaranteed coming back to Ash. Let's be back in 1 second. Need to make a bathroom break. Luckily these are somewhat AFK though. I'm not going to be able to go in time. But I'll be back in a minute or two. Yeah, we're back. Alright, we're back to the trees. I guess we'll do an inverse cycle now. Since we're already standing at the tree. Ooh. Oh, so that reminds me, I need to go buy more hand soap. It's one of those things I feel like I always have in the house. Until you nearly run out and it's like, oh yeah, almost out. It's running really low. I just forgot to move. I guess we're back in normal cycle now. This is how I normally do it off stream. You just wait for the tree to come to you rather than go to the tree. Seems like 2 or 3 seconds to go into the tree. But there's far more AFK waiting for the tree to come to you. Oh, so I do believe this is every last 5% pot we have left. It is after buying some, too. Of course, we could always buy more. They're like 2 point something silver each. Like 2.1, 2.2. Which we do not have a lot of right now. Not sure what I'm investing this money into. I assume, aside from the axe and whatever other tools we need for 200 woodcutters, carpenter, that's the first priority for them. So I know exactly what I'm using it for. Is to get the rest of the tools for 200 woodcutter as we get them. Most notably the axe and the hatchet. But the other thing that we'll be dumping it into is the forager tools. Not just to buy their upgrades, but also to get them level 10. The problem with that is I kind of have to do Fisher first to be able to afford it. Is that will cost about 6 gold for just forager alone. Or definitely at least 5 gold. Which is something we won't have by then. Because our current cash stack is going to be going exclusively pretty much into woodcutting. So one thing I want to go check once we get 133 woodcutting. To see if it's actually worthwhile to... Or see how many, like, total we have for our current planks. Because if it takes about 12 each... to make a 3-star. Because it doesn't matter what its stats are, since we're just combining it together and everything. But at 3 each, that is 36 if it's a 1 in 12, let's say, to get a 3-star. That is 36 planks per 3-star. So let's say we have like 2,000 banked. 2,000 divided by 36. That is around 55 shield upgrades that we would ever be able to get. That's quite a lot. 55 is not small. The problem is I don't think we're quite at that number yet. We're at like 1,002 or 300 if you count everything in our bank. Or, you know, in both the banks. Maybe some of it's not processed yet, like everything we're getting right now. But after this, I'm going to go check, and then we're going to go to Oaks for some amount of time. But that amount of time will be determined based on how many is in both our banks right now. Because the actual material we get from Oaks we do not need. But it's better overall XP per hour. It's slightly worse woodcutting, but better carpentry. There's also way more AFK carpentry in the sense that you don't have to keep going every single time. It's a 2-step carpentry rather than 1-step carpentry. Which works a lot better with an XP pot. It also works a lot better for the sanity of AFK in it. Because it is super not AFK to do ash plank. Accumulating them it is, but actually making them into planks is not. There we go, we unlocked Oaks. Alright, let's go double check the wiki. Because I keep basing these rates on based on the previous trees. I haven't actually done the math on the most recent tree. So let's go do some math. We are here. We are here. Yeah, it is about, it's only like 5% better. Because look, you see this and it's like, oh, it is better to be doing ash trees right now. However, that's just one number. Look at what the other number is. Also, this doesn't even assume banking, which is even slower for ash tree. Okay, I think I have to do the oaks. Oh, that's sad. We're giving up like 4% better woodcutting XP for what would otherwise be 20% better carpentry. And it's even higher than that because there's no XP rate for banking here. For whatever reason, they just assume you're going to sell it to the shop because it's so bad to bank them. So it's even more because banking ash plank is even worse than banking oaks. Because you have to bank twice as much. So, yeah, we actually do have to go do oaks. That's kind of sad. Yeah, 4% extra woodcutting XP is not worth 20% less carpentry. We're just gonna have to hope that these are enough. We can do some math. We do however many we have divided by 32 times 2 on however many logs we have. So whatever this number is, then how many logs we have times 2. Well, the times 2 in parentheses around the other thing, you know. You only times the logs by 2, not everything. Let's see. So we got 850. That's the easy number to remember. And then we have however many logs we have times 2. And then we divide that by 36, and that's about how many shields we can make for the rest of the time. Until we'd run out of supply. Because whatever this number is, I think might actually be fine. It's not like we're going to need a billion shields anytime soon. So 852 times 2... Or sorry, 352 I mean. 352 times 2 plus 850 divided by 32... Sorry, 36. Yeah, we'd be able to make 43 shields. That's more than enough. Alright, with that being said, alright, let's go do oaks. Oaks are just way too much better to not do. Actually, no, do the other teleport. We'll do a little fancy walk to get there. But yeah, long story short, Oak's way better. And we're already going to have enough to make about 43 shields, so we'll be fine. 43 shields would hold us over for like a year. Worst comes to worst is player trading. Yeah, I'm almost on cycle. The only problem with these trees is they're really active. You can't really AFK this tree. 8 more levels to go. For Kale, very nice, very nice. But yeah, this is only 4% less woodcutting XP, but it gives the reward of absurdly higher carpentry XP. Because that wiki rate showing that's about 20% better carpentry XP is actually still wrong. Because that's assuming selling for both. It's not accounting for banking. And Ash Plank, because you have to do twice as many, loses way more time to banking than Oak does. So it's close to like 25 or 30% better XP doing Oaks for carpentry. At the cost of only 4% woodcutting XP per hour. And we're still going to have enough to make like over 40 shields on the line. 3-star shields for upgrades. I sure hope we don't need more than 40 upgraded shields. I don't think we're going to be going through that many shields. Most of this material we'll be selling, though, when we process it. I'll bank a few hundred, but this is one of the tier 4s we really don't need. This and Juniper Rods are the two we don't really care about as much. That will still be gathering, but we won't really be banking all of them. But all the pines I will, all the hickory I will, and all the yews we will. And of course all the suave. Oh, where am I going? Oh no, that's correct, never mind. That is correct. Go back. That's one annoying thing with queuable action. Pre-walking is a lot more annoying to do. Because your queued up action gets stalled by the pop-up. So you have to make sure you do a manual walk. Otherwise the interface just completely stops your movement. I have to say, I feel like a lot of people always say that oaks are really bad. But all the math I keep doing, assuming the wiki rates are correct, which is a big assumption, but assuming the wiki rates are correct, they're actually always worth doing. Even if you don't need the material. It's just so much more carpentry XP. The only time they won't be worth it is if you only care about woodcutting XP. But then again, even then, I think they're still higher. Wait. If you only cared about woodcutting XP. Yeah, they're still higher. Oh, wait, wrong one. Wait, where are they? Oak, oak, oak. Yeah, they're still higher. Oh, wait, no, they aren't. Oh, wait, wow. Okay, yeah. It's only if you care about woodcutting XP would you ignore oak. Because, yeah, it actually is a lot worse because they're so far apart from each other. But banking-wise, it pretty much evens out. As bank-wise are giving up 4% woodcutting for 20-25% extra carpentry. But yes, if you're doing it for woodcutting XP, they're not worth it. It's only particularly relevant if you're dropping everything. If you're banking everything, then you would definitely want to do them. Only slight issue with this, though this could be fixed with knowledge down the line. But, our carpentry level will not be high enough to do the oaks after we do all the ash planks later. But this isn't too big a deal because all I have to do is just do a little bit more wood cutting off stream and just throw the knowledge onto carpentry and it's fine. But for now, I will be knowledging only in the wood cutting. But our main goal being 139, so we can get the pines. I might do 140 though, just to do one level at pines since we're already there. Just to get a taste of it in case I do all of them off stream. I'm not sure though. I'll probably throw in the extra level. Because I could always do like AFK fishing or something. But then again, the one I need to do right now is not particularly AFK. I think that's the big issue with all the skills I'm trying to get up right now. The only one that's particularly AFK is Chef. Oh, maybe I go do some stews then. Oops, what am I doing? I forgot. You can only do 20 at a time. Oh no. The only reason that worked out that one time was because we had, we grabbed 2 along the way. But normally I have to do 20 then bank. That's one thing that's really awkward about these things. And now we wait. Shouldn't take that long for it to respawn. Or will it? Please respawn. Could already gotten a tree by now. It'll just bother me that we're not in correct cycle, so I'm gonna wait on it. But I gotta remember to not grab the final 2 every time. It's always funny when someone from an AFK just spawns in out of nowhere. You don't really see that in the overworld that much. There's something that's kind of funny because of the passives. You generally just don't walk, like, you know, in the middle of nowhere and see someone spawn. Like, if we go to... Oh, that's a bad example because almost every single room in this area has an AFK activity. But, you know, you're not just going to be in, like, a random room and just see someone spawn normally. Because everyone only spawns in at passive activity points, pretty much. Since almost everyone's perpetually just running a passive of some kind. There's one thing that's kind of funny about this game. Because in other games, like, you know, generally there are, like, there might still be areas where you kind of spawn when you log in. But sometimes other games will just literally plop you out wherever you last were. But it's not really something that happens in Brighter Shores. Because it's not like I'm just going to randomly log out in, like, the storage rift, for example. Like, you're never going to see someone just randomly pop up in this room. Because there's no venture here, or no passive activity. But it kind of condenses everyone's login point to a very, very small amount of areas. This area is a bad example of that because, like, every single room has a tree pretty much that where you can AFK at. But in every other chapter, it's more relevant because they're a lot more concentrated where they are. Particularly something like Chapter 3, where it probably has the highest concentration of AFK people out of anywhere in the game. Not just because there's some of the best skills to AFK, but also the number of locations where you do it is very low. For smithing, there's only one location. For stonemason, there's only... Actually, also only one location. Now that I'm thinking about it. It's only Bonewright that has a few. Yeah, stonemason, even though it has two, or technically 3 different activities, it's all in the same room. So they're really, really concentrated when you see someone, like, log in or out. While also being really high priority ones to do it just in general. Carpentry is also like that. There's only 2 spots to do it, both in the same room. Same as stonemason. Like, woodcutting is one of the few outliers. And almost every single room in the entirety of Pope Forest is an AFK location. Due to every room with a tree being in it being an AFK location. Obviously, there are ones that you'd probably use over others because they're closer to get to. But technically, every room is valid. Like, if I wanted to AFK on this tree right now, we could. Although I could if I had the knowledge for it. I guess we technically could because it still have access to the lower rarity tree. Because you'd only need, let's see, where is it? Wait, can you not do it on oaks? No, you can. There it is, oak branches. Aha, I found it. At level 56, you could. That's weird. It goes hickory, then juniper, then poplar, then ash, then it skips oak for pine, and then it gets to oak. Oh, I wonder if that's a leftover remnant from, before they rebalanced them when the game launched. I don't know, they just seem to be in a really weird order, because then it goes into Suave. They don't know what order they want to do. This is such a weird order. But you don't get your first oak until 56. Let's see, which one do you start doing after 200? Technically, your first true tree would be hickory. And then juniper, which is kind of funny because that's also what you start the skill at. If you did completely from 0. Would be hickory, then juniper. But you actually have to do the same post 200. Hickory, then juniper, then poplar, then yew, then ash, then pine, then probably oak. Yep, then oak. Which means to realistically AFK an oak tree, we'd need 317 woodcutting. You don't need that to be able to do it. But to be able to do it at a realistic number that's actually worth doing it would be that high of a level. Oh, so I am still going to be dumping all knowledge onto woodcutting. At least until 139 where we get the really good activity. Come on, knowledge. We're almost there. It's still gonna feel so weird once we 200 all these. Like, I know exactly what I'm gonna do, but it's still gonna feel weird as to what we should do. Because having to worry about every skill basically being post 200 is gonna be so slow. It might actually be the thing that gets me back into Merchant. Once literally all my skills are 200. Like, I mean all. I mean even combat. At that point, we might actually go to Merchant at some point. Like, months from now. Just because it'll be the only thing that feels quick. Because it's pretty much guarantee a level an hour. Because there's likely only going to be 2 that can do that after combat rework. That being all combat and merchant. Are the only 2 skills where you can get a level per hour from. Everything else you would get less than 1 hour per hour, 1 level per hour. Post 200. Nope, no, nope. Don't do that, don't do that. Keep making a mistake wanting to go for it. As much as I want to, we can't. I just realized I need 7% pot. Oh no. This 5% might still be going. Luckily there's so much distance between them, it should be fine. And after that double boost, we only have, what is that then? 4 levels to go pretty much. Like 4.5. There we go. So close, he's so far. There we go. 4.5 to go. At a current rate, the show only take a bit over an hour. There's a bit worse XP rate for woodcutting, but it's all of our knowledge is going into it, so should be too bad. And after that, maybe we'll go run all the ash planks that are in the bank. Though I will not be able to run the oaks as we will not have a high enough carpentry level. But I might run all the ashes that we got this stream. Which we saw earlier was, what, 300 something? That's about how many we did at the beginning of the stream. Thought I'll just do even more woodcutting. The problem is I would need all the ashes done before I could start putting into carpentry properly. So at most we'd go for like 140 and just do pines for like a level. Oh, speaking about people AFKing trees. They were probably doing the 317 one based on data that we got earlier. After looking it up. They were likely doing the 317 level woodcutting AFK. Based on that tool and everything. Oh, did they just spawn in as well? These looks like they stopped, not started. Yep, they're back. Oh, you know why they're doing it over there? That's the closest oak tree to a storage rift. I was wondering why that oak tree, but that makes sense now. Because out of every oak tree in the game, that's the closest one to a storage rift. Which is the main thing you care about if you're AFK in an oak tree. I didn't think about that. I wonder what the closest tree is to every single one. Or the closest bank to every single one. I was like, hello, Chad. Welcome, welcome. I didn't really pay much attention to it. Let's go figure it out. Obviously, this is the one for oak. The one for Suave would be whatever tree is closest to that storage rift in that room. The one for pine is technically the pine tree in this room, though. You'd likely have to use the pine tree in this room due to the combat in the other room. As the only way you can use the closer trees if you use a fear potion before you start the AFK. But yeah, otherwise it would be this room or the other room. Depending on if you want to use the fear potion or not, you would use that tree or this tree. The best one for hickory is whatever one's in that alleyway over there. Which is one right over here. The hickory tree right there is the one you would use for that one. What other trees are there? Which tree have I not mentioned? Yew tree would be this yew tree right there. Unless that yew tree is closer. I'm pretty sure this yew tree is closer. Which you would use for that storage rift then. Let them go to this storage rift. And I believe that's every tree unless I forgot one. Oh, ash tree. Ash tree would be this tree right here. Not that one. Oh yeah, also juniper. But you would use that ash tree for that storage rift. And then what's the other one then? Oh wait, actually that's not true. That's not true. Because you could probably put the carpentry supplies immediately into this. Which means the ash tree right next to that would be the best one. Because you don't actually have to put it into storage rift. You could put it into the carpentry supply thing. So you'd actually use the ash tree right there instead. And then juniper would be the one with the storage rift. There's like one like literally a tile away or something. Yeah, that'd be the tree you would use for every single woodcutting AFK then. With that one being the one for oak. Hello, Pelican! Welcome, welcome. Even though there's like a billion locations you could do them, that would be all the closest ones to a storage rift and or storage bin of any kind. Though AFK and woodcutting isn't really needed until post 200, unless you're running it on like an alt or something. Which I haven't actually done the post 20 grind yet. Well, is it because the reward that you get for the one quest that you need 45 woodcutting from is just pretty bad? It's not really something the alt accounts would really need. So I just haven't really bothered. The one that plans to get 500 carpentry way down the line, I might end up doing it for. But the other one that's going all in on alchemy won't need it at all. You're about to hit level 1,337. Nice. Feels like you should take a break there. Yeah, stop at the nice number. I think the other funny number to stop at would be 2277. Since that's the current max in old school RuneScape. At least until they add sailing. In like 5 years from now. But I'm finally, well, we're gonna need to do an old school RuneScape stream sometime next week. Because my membership's about to expire, and I don't think I'm gonna be renewing it for like half a year to a year. Until they figure out what they're doing for monetization. But also because there's still a free-to-play grind I need to go get done that's just as efficient and free-to-play as it is in Members Worlds. At least until they do an update that makes it not the case. But for now it is, so I'm just gonna do it in free-to-play. Oh, so at this point, we basically spent like $40 or $50 on a pet in old school RuneScape. We are 4 months straight over 1,000 hours and still don't have that beaver. It's almost like a meme at this point. Every last second we've been doing a Brighter Shores has been nothing but hitting that tree. 3 times over drop rate already. We might legitimately get 200 all in Brighter Shores before we have that pet. Which would be so sad. But I do want to do one last stream for it before we run out of membership, just to show the actual proper game. Because so far, the only thing the account has done is play the temporary game mode of Leagues, and it has done hit a tree for over 1,000 hours. It's not done a single other thing yet. Our last stream for it was back in like mid-October or something. We kind of wanted to go test like the run energy rework and everything that they did. Do like one the Rage of Chambers of Xeric, because that's the one that's going to be closest to what's going to be coming to Brighter Shores. Andrew Gower had nothing to do with Chambers of Xeric, but Chambers of Xeric is based heavily off of Dungeoneering, which Andrew Gower and his team did do at the time. And Dungeoneering is a lot closer to what dungeons will be like in Brighter Shores, most likely. Not as a natural skill, but like the concept of such. It's also a safe death, so we won't die on the hardcore, and we are so rusty that that's actually a concern. Because honestly, I need to remember how to even play that game at this point. It has been so long. But if we do end up doing it, I might just do a half and half kind of thing again. Where it's like half Brighter Shores, half not Brighter Shores. I'm just not sure of an AFK activity that'd be good for Brighter Shores during that duration. Because you can't really do raid dens at our level anymore. And everything else is not AFK enough. You used to have like carpentry that's still in the same room. It's not that long AFK. It's not even like a minute. Like it's nice, but it's not like super long. Oh, so on the poll, a lot of people are pretty confident that we're getting the combat rework first. After 23 votes on, Brighter Shores team is currently working on 2 quests and a combat overhaul currently. Which is most likely to happen first? Or I guess likely most likely to happen. I'm not sure why I said first in there. But combat rework, 1 quest before the combat rework, or 2 quests before the combat rework. And currently the combat rework with no quest coming before it is at 61%. 26% for 1 quest beforehand, and 13% for 2 quests beforehand. Though I probably agree with the 26% people. We don't know which one of the 3 would happen, it's just complete speculation. But I would say 1 quest would probably come out before the combat rework, then the combat rework, then the other quest a little bit later down the line. But both of them could happen beforehand, or neither of them could happen beforehand, though I'm pretty sure at least 1 would. Because getting a single quest out is going to be way easier than the entire overhaul of the combat system. One of those is slightly easier than the other. Completely overhauling and nuking a combat system and structuring it from scratch, or just adding a quest. One of them is slightly quicker, even though they both require quite a bit of work. Is there eventually going to be getting to the point where we're going to be getting 1 quest per month? I was talking about that a lot before, ever since they announced that they're adding like a full-time animator to help with it. But I wouldn't be surprised if they start doing 2 a month at some point. Which I'm going to love when that happens. Mostly out of curiosity for what quest rewards will be. Because there's a lot of really broken things that he's done in the past. Like, really, really broken. Both in Brighter Shores and outside the context of Brighter Shores. Like, he doesn't care about quest balance. Like, an average quest that you would do within your first, like, 10 hours of gameplay or something could potentially be, like, one of the strongest rewards you've ever seen. That you'd still be using in endgame. I'm not sure if that's a good thing or a bad thing. But he has, like, no quest balancing at all when it comes to rewards. Like, remember earlier when I said it would be cool if we eventually got a reward for bone rate, smithing, and stonemason that lets you do all 24 at once rather than 6 at a time? It would just have some kind of gold cost associated to it. I was mentioning that should have like a gold cost of like 1 gold an hour, if not higher, as well as having like a 230, 230, 230 requirement or something. Like, you know, something slightly above 200 on all 3 of them. But he actually did do that in his other game, where you could do 28 AK full inventory in the time that it would take you to do like 3 of them. And it costed the equivalence of 60 silver an hour to do, with level requirements around like level 20 and 30 to unlock. That's how broken it was. Imagine getting 4 times more blacksmith, stonemason, or bone right XP at the requirement of like pretty much like Matubin's Legacy. Like Matubin's Legacy requirement, but you get 4 times more smithing, bone right, and stonemason. Like, that was one quest he added his other MMO. Just out of nowhere one day. Maybe not out of nowhere. But that's effectively what happened. I don't think it will go that unbalanced this time around, but Spider Nest already is. Spider Nest is upwards of like 5 or 10 times more XP per hour if you're banking everything. For how much closer some of the banks are. Like, Spider Nest basically already is that quest for Brighter Shores. Where it's so absurdly good and broken that it's basically a required feature of the game, rather than an optional quest. Did you know what you'd have to do to bank oak planks if you did not have storage rift? You would have to teleport all the way to here. Go walk all the way to that. No, you can't even do that storage rift. I forgot. You would have storage rifts. You would have to go from here, teleport to here, walk all the way to that bank, then teleport back, and then go all the way back over there. That'd be insane. Like, storage rifts save you around 10 rooms of banking oak planks compared to not having it. Hey, one upside of that, at least you could do your carpentry immediately. Since you're already going to be there. Oh, so hello, Owl. Welcome, welcome. Hope all's been well. Welcome, welcome, welcome. But yeah, that's something we should pull for tomorrow. What kind of quest rewards do you guys want to see? Like things that are like quality of life for skilling. Things that are just like quality of life in general that affects everything. Things that are like actual equipment you can wield. I'll have to think of 4 for tomorrow. I'm curious what that would come out to. Because personally, I like utilities from it. Like, for example, the potion storage one is one of the biggest ones that's coming soon. Like, stuff like that. Or rewards I absolutely love from quests. I'm actually kind of hoping he doesn't go too heavy on best in slots from quests. I feel like Old School RuneScape went really, really heavy into that. In the early days, he did some here and there. But especially for RuneScape 3, don't you get like almost every best in slot from Necromancy literally just from questing? Like, they've gotten even worse in that regard. Like, I know there's a few stuff you need to get from bosses that you unlock, like, probably from quests. But it's like a really quest-heavy skill. And a lot of best in slot gear is quest locked in Old School. Either directly from a quest as a reward, or from a reward that you get from a quest. In the sense that the area gives you an enemy that then gives you the drop. Because while I do like that, I feel like Old School RuneScape and probably RuneScape 3 have gotten a little too heavy on it. He's done some in the past, but not like too high of a degree. Because I definitely would want to avoid best in slot just being like full quest armor. Like a piece or two here and there is fine. But if literal best in slot is just weird, like, full questing items, that's a little overkill. Woodcutting. Oh, sorry. Do I still have it up? My bad. Wait, have I had it up this whole time? Whoops. My bad. I didn't even notice that. I forgot to get rid of it the other time. Whoops. I meant to only have the main game up. That's funny. I didn't even realize I still had that up. Because I have chat blocking it, so I didn't even notice. That's funny. My bad. Yeah, I mean to only have it up occasionally. I didn't mean to keep it there. Because the way I have it set up right now, I actually can't even see that side of the screen. Because that's where I have my chat menu. But yeah, that's what our guy's been doing the whole time. If you ever wonder where all of our other clicks are going. But it is something that's going to be funny too. I wonder if this account will get done with woodcutting before the other accounts gets beaver. Because we'll still need a woodcut for about another week between carpentry and woodcutting. So we basically got 1 week left to get beaver. Technically 2 weeks before we run out of membership. If I had to guess, this account's definitely going to get 200 before that thing gets beaver. I have no confidence that thing is getting beaver before 200 million XP at this rate. It's already halfway there, almost. Our next double is almost around the corner. I am putting into woodcutting till we get to pines. Because we're basically going for 140 woodcutting, I think, today. 139, we can go to pine, and then we'll just do one level of pine. And then I'll probably go do all of the ash I have in the bank. But after that, we're definitely not doing anything beyond that, though. Which means we should have about another 3 showers, then. 1 hour or more on oaks, a little bit of time on pine, and then the rest of the time being just pure carpentry of the ash plank we were doing earlier. Oh. That should be pretty much every grind we want to get done today. The main focus off stream being trying to get towards I guess hickory? Well, mostly just trying to go and get our carpentry up, but we need to go through knowledge before we can. Oh, we get the hatchet upgrade. Ooh. Hatchet upgrade at 142 is gonna be nice. Oh, getting to AFK brambles would be so good. I don't think I can get there off stream though. 140 to 152 is quite a push for off stream. That's like over 6 hours of off stream woodcutting. But that would be so nice, though, to be able to go AFK brambles tonight. Alright, hopefully we get that level before we double put the XP into it. We should. Hey, there's something else I didn't really actually calculate out when I was doing the woodcutting. I didn't double check to see how many you could do per hour. I guess that is a bit of a factor, isn't it? Wait, you can bank more oaks per hour than ash? Oh, no, that's the XP. Wait. It's not number bank per hour. I was gonna say. That's the XP drop. Wait, where does it show how many you could... Oh, because you'd have to divide it into the number. Because, yeah, you do get more ash planks per hour. Even though you get less XP from those ash planks. I wonder what that number ultimately comes out to. I would have to do math and do more math. Because I might do that just to get a little bit more. Switch over to ash after this inventory. Alright, let me go check. Let's do some math. How much carpentry are we banking per hour? Keep in mind, the usage rate of it is worse for ash. However, how much is actually being banked per hour? We could figure out where these numbers even are. There they are. These two. These two are the numbers we care about. Because I gotta divide one by the other one, and then divide the other one by the other one. Gosh, I almost gotta go to ash tree just to do this math, just so we have more AFK time. About to head there right now, actually. Just gonna telly over. Because honestly, what is the actual difference here? One thing that's hard to calculate out for is how much slower you use the ash plank, though. Counting bank time and everything. But the main thing I'm trying to calculate out for here is not accounting for the speed at which you consume them. What is the actual rate of banked XP per hour? For carpentry, not for woodcutting. Because even if ash is slightly better, it's still worse. Because when you use it, you're using it way slower. So even if it's like 2% better, it's actually still like 10-20% worse. Because that's only accounting for how much you bank per hour, not the rate at which you consume them. But, hypothetically, just counting this, what is the number? 409,638 divided by 1019. So you get about 402 ash planks per hour. However, doing oaks, you only get 387,595 divided by 1157. You get 335 per hour. Interesting. But the rest would be hard to calculate out from there. Because one thing that's really weird about ash plank is you have to bank twice as much when storing them. Maybe I'm going to go back to ash. So we're basically doing what we said earlier. We're going to do oak for a little bit and then go back to ash. That's exactly what ends up ultimately happening. It happened again. Well, that was our little bit of oak that we needed. But back to ash we go. And in total, it should bank us about 50 shields in the future. 54 star shields at level 199 or around that general area. You can get these up to level 260 in the future. Which combined with our smithing is like a what, a level 300, high 300 something shield. Or we can simply use them for 199s. Or anything slightly lower than that. Alright, 3 levels to go and we can get to a real tree. Oh, yeah, I'm going to need to go grab the fear potions when we do that, though. Because those will be required for the activity. It's not even an optional thing. They're actually quite literally required. Due to one of the trees being on cycle in a fear room. Because we're starting to get to the point where almost every carpentry level we need is the same as the woodcutting level. Which is actually a little bit bad because woodcutting or carpentry is always going to be slightly behind. I'm just not sure I'm going to start the other way around. Reverse order. I don't think it really matters which way I do it. I always like going from this side to the other side, though. Not sure why I started on this one, but we'll take it. But yeah, an hour more woodcutting, and then we'll just go run whatever's in our bank, I guess. Which, whatever number that is probably going to look scary, but... we're probably going to run it all. Shouldn't be too bad. These ash planks are really non-AFK to do for carpentry. Luckily the oaks and everything we're getting beyond it will be AFK though. Ash and Juniper are the only two that are really annoying. These are both one step instead of two step. I might do something weird for once and actually bank here. Just because I want my XP pot to be correctly on cycle. Otherwise we're just walking for half the XP pot. Right, 2.5 levels to go. Technically only 2 by the time I get the knowledge in and everything. Nearly there. I will probably go to 140 though, just to even it out. Also, just to get a taste of pine again. So if I wonder why we're putting into woodcutting instead of carpentry, I'm trying to get to the better XP rate. And once we get to the better XP rate, we dump into carpentry again. But only after having processed everything we have from carpentry. Which is why we're going to go process every last ash plank we have. Ugh. Which, we've done most of them. The only ones we have to do are the ones we got today. Like during this stream. Everything else was already done beforehand. Come on, 137, you're almost there. And at 142, we actually get a 5% flat increase as well. It only applies to some, unfortunately. But some of those are really good. The most noteworthy ones being pine, hickory, and bramble. I believe it also applies to poplar, but we're basically skipping poplar completely. I'll probably get a little bit of it, but I really don't need more than like a few inventories. So poplar sounds like something you would scream at like a celebration. Poplar! I always keep calling them polars though. I never realized I had a second P in the word. So I still like call them polar trees. It's still something I gotta figure out before the combat rework. How we're still gonna go about 500s or not. 500s still scare me in this game. For two reasons. One is the time, but the second being the, because we're getting closer to 200 oil cores. But aside from just the time, the fact that you just don't gain XP is still something I hope they get addressed in like the next few months. Because they already mentioned that they're not going to be fixing the tools. They mentioned it in the last Q&A that they have no plans of doing anything more with the tools at the moment. So once you get to level 500, the level of your tool is completely irrelevant. But on top of that, of course, all EXP is also irrelevant, which makes doing any of them post 500 really bad. That's my biggest concern with the combat rework. Not even like anything about the combat rework, but if I feel tempted to go for a 500, it seems like a waste. Because a bunch of regional bosses and anything else like that comes into the game. Like all those levels are pointless. Because you're going to max out the skill like 2 times, 3 times, 4 times, 5 times over. So going out of your way to go get to 500 is really bad value in that regard. I don't know, we'll see where we're at after 200 all. Bare minimum, I still want a 200 all and 500 Chronopolis. That's happening regardless. Because what happens beyond that is the question. Is the one big issue as well with going 500 all combat is we would have to maintain that forever as well. Like if we're getting 4 500s, obviously we'll do 5 and then 6 and then 7 and then 8. Because if we're going 500 all, we're committing to 500 all forever. Like for literally the rest of the time for the history of this game. You know what the main thing that might actually convince me to go for 500s on them though? If the knowledge rate is really, really good. Like we're talking merchant or better than merchant good. Because then you just kind of have to. Because then they just added 4 to 5 merchants to the game. Instead of just 1 merchant. Because it serves a pretty similar role to what merchant does. It gives you a ton of money. And it gives you a ton of knowledge. Like obviously it also has the discount bonus. But they effectively do the same thing. Like any one combat compared to what merchant does is effectively the same. And then the few extra benefits merchant has. Main reason you do merchant is because of leatherworker. But if you minus that leatherworker benefit, they're basically the same thing, just one is way different as far as the activity itself. Because there's a good chance combat after reworks like 7 knowledge an hour or something. Like something absurdly high. Like so high that even if you have 500 all combat, you would still be doing combat. Just because of how high it is. Because if it was to be 7 or 8 knowledge per hour, hypothetically, it likely won't be. But if it was, it would actually legitimately be quicker just to do combat and throw knowledge into a skill than it would be to train some skills. There's one issue Merchant has right now. And there's quite a few skills in the game where training Merchant is quicker than training the skill at certain level ranges. Particularly if it has multiple components like Carpenter. Or the production skills in Chapter 3. Like their ultimate quickest method is just do Merchant. And in the future that might just be do combat. Because if combat is even tied with Merchant, it would still be better doing combat. Just because of how much more chill combat is, comparatively. Even if you're using special attacks and everything, it's still far more chill than routing Merchant. Plus there's way more of it. There's only 1 Merchant, but there's 4, there's soon to be 5 combats. Alright, level and a half to go. We're so close. Also, I will be dumping both these two double knowledge on the woodcutting. Because the rate that we get at 139 is so much better than now. We're doing all the calculations for these, but look at the difference here. Actually, it's not that big, actually. It's a 485 compared to a 409. It's still almost a 20% increase, like 18% or so. Not to mention we're one step closer to the 5% extra we get from the tool as well. But even without the 5% from the tool, it is still about 17% better. And that's still with banking everything as well. But I think once we have this double meter, we should be good to go. Because that means we only need to get about one level within that range. And then off to Pines we go. I'm gonna go do one level of Pine though. Just so we have time to actually do every ash plank in our bank. I don't know, maybe we'll do it the other way around. Oh no, there's two different ways we could do this. I could either on stream do the entirety of Pines until we get to like Hickory. That or do like literally every last ash plank in our bank. Because one of those needs to get done. Doesn't really matter which though. Actually, maybe that's something I'll pull for tomorrow. How long do you guys want these streams to be, by the way? When we're doing grinds like this? Where it's going to be, like, super repetitive stuff. Like, especially once we go to, like, mining smithing. And we're going to be doing, like, a few weeks straight before the combat rework of nothing but mining and smithing. Because I kind of want to do a poll, like, a gauge about how long you guys want. Like, a few hours, 5, 6-ish, 8-ish. Literally 11. Like, 11 and a half, you know, like the 12 we were doing. It's a little bit harder to do for mega grinds, though. Like, obviously, the second that combat rework happens, we'll easily be doing that. Maybe even a 24-hour stream on day one. It's more like a 22 because it's double 11-hour. But, like, obviously, then we'll be back to, like, 11-hour streams. I mean, like, this kind of content. Like, when we're going to be going to mining and smithing and just hitting a bunch of rocks over and over again, banking them, and that's the whole stream for however long the duration is. Like for those kind of streams. Not the ones where we're actually doing something. These are just like the grind wall streams. Waiting for combat rework. So we don't have to do it after combat rework. As long as you can go. Yeah, streams will start getting longer again once we get closer to combat rework and everything. Because after combat rework, I feel like every day we're going back to like 11-hour every day. As long as I have time. Because I'm still considering... I think it's going to come really down to what the knowledge rate per hour is. But I'm really considering 500 all combat. As long as the knowledge rate is pretty much as good as merchant or better, we are probably doing 500 all combat. Like if the knowledge that you can get per hour every single hour is 5.5 or better, is like the threshold. Maybe even 5, because honestly that's still better than a lot of other skills, even at 5. I think that's the minimum. It has to be at least 5 per hour consistently at all level ranges. And if it is, we'd probably 500 all combat. As long as it's 5 knowledge per hour or better at every level range. Because right now it's about a 3.5 to 4, I would say, is what combat is right now. Like around 4, give or take a few decimals, depending on gear and what you're fighting and everything else. But it's roughly around like a 4-ish right now. I do have to say, after getting all these supplies, I kind of wish I would have done 200 woodcutting and carpentry before bone right. I think going forward with every production skill ever to exist, we are training the gathering skills before the production skill. Whatever other extra benefit you get just isn't worth it to do it the other way around. Also, now that we know the combat rework's a little bit earlier than potentially anticipated, since it's coming before trading, or almost guaranteed coming before trading at this point. They didn't technically confirm it, but if the two things they're working on is half the team on combat rework and half the team on quests, then I assume no team is working on trading. And if that's the case right now, then it might be worthwhile after 200 woodcutting carpentry to pivot just directly into mining smithing. I just put forager and fishing on hold for a little bit, and obviously cooking. Though we'll keep still poking it here and there with our like daily cooking run. Upside down, I mean, to click full screen, try to click on the thing. There it is. Because if it's coming in only a few weeks, we will not have enough time to train mining smithing to prepare for it. I at bare minimum need 262 and 267. I can't remember what order I need both. Yeah, I think in that order. I need 262 mining and 267 smithing. Like, non-negotiable before combat rework happens. Ideally way higher than that. That is like bare minimum. Is this when you get the tier 5 two-hand and the tier 5 ore from it. Technically even a little bit higher than that. Because when do you get the bigger two-hand? Well, I guess you could just make it from the other material. But yeah, two hands from 264 where you can start using it. And the bigger two-hand, in case a special attack actually gets scaled based on the tier of the weapon. 287. So yeah, we need 262 mining, which would get up naturally as we get it higher, and 287 smithing is like the bare minimum. As that gives us tier 5 of what is currently the best two weapons. Or two of the better weapons that Cryonet has. Where they're placed after special attacks, we'll have to wait and see, but they're probably still pretty good. Because one's the best neutral damage, and one is just really good damage overall because it's a two-hand blue sword. The best two-hand blue in the game. And that reminds me too, has the wiki ever gone a damage calculator yet? I don't think it has. There's like one calculator for the game that I do need. I haven't used any of the skilling calculators or anything like that. Because I just like doing the math myself. But I need a combat calculator for this game so badly. Does the wiki even mention what the formula even is? I don't think it does. I see a distinct lack of formulas here. No! There's no calculator. There's not even info on what the formula is. Because I feel like two hands have like a really weird attribute in this game. Like slower hitting weapons and two-hand weapons. They have a weird extra modifier on them. It doesn't seem to go based purely off of power. Something being one-hand or two-hand as well as its speed actually gets factored in to some formula. Like generally quicker attack speed weapons still better because of how overkill damage works. But a lot less so in this game due to how it scales based on seemingly other numbers as well. But it's hard to tell without knowing the exact formula. Because it's going to become really relevant if we're just spamming combat for, like, months straight. It's a little relevant to know. Because after the combat rework, we're basically going to be doing combat for as long as Brighter Shores has been up until the combat rework. Like, if the combat rework's around the 100-day mark, we're doing about the next 100 days of combat only. Let's say, hypothetically, the combat rework's on day 100. The following 100 days are nothing but combat. Which means half the full duration by the 200th day would have been nothing but combat only. Obviously, we'll still throw a few things in between there, but... combat rework will make us go very heavily into combat. I do plan to offset it some, though. Because the question is, where on earth do we dump all the knowledge? The most logical one would be mining and smithing. Which means there will be thresholds where I'm actually going to have to do mining. Where basically we knowledge pass all the stones. And mine all the ore. Like, for example, right now, if the combat rework was already out, we'd be knowledging it. To skip past the stone. Then we'd start mining. Until we get stone locked again, in which case we'd start knowledging it again. Then we'd do mining. Then we'd do minecart. Then we start knowledging it again to skip past the minecart and flint. And death stone. And then we start mining again and finally get to tier 6. I think that's the first tier 6, 372. And so on and so forth until it's like 500. Same as smithing. Where we do all of our ore. But then we knowledge past the rest through combat. Then do all of our ore again. Then knowledge it past it. And just keep repeating. Basically using combat to skip every stone for mining. Oh, gotta use the better potion. Nice. Oh, I thought we would be there by then. We're actually not. No, we're slightly short. That's fine, though. I was hoping that this would get us to 139. But we're gonna be like 4th of a level short. I said, hello, I'm a bud. Welcome, welcome. Hope all's been well. Yeah, we're gonna have to do 1/4 more of a level. Unfortunate. I thought it'd be at 139 at this point. That's fine. We'll keep going. Then we'll go check the damage of how many logs we have. And then when we see that number, we'll be too scared to go do them and just go do woodcutting instead. The only problem with that is I actually have to do these. I just realized. I actually have to do every ash plank in my bank. Because it's not worth putting knowledge on woodcutting once at 139. The whole reason is to skip past the area that we're in now. Since we already have more than enough ash planks at this point. After we go process them all. But, yeah, I actually have to go do whatever's in the bank. Oh, no. Yep, happy Friday. Sipping on anything good? No, I just got a water. Just a water today. Yeah, we're currently double woodcutting. We're doing woodcutting in both games. Or woodcutting lock today. I'm going back to carpentry as soon as we get 139 though. Actually, we could do one level of woodcutting after that. On pine. Oh, don't do that. Go back, go back, go back. We just used up our knowledge, so that should actually work out then. Oh, I do need to go all the way to go get a fear potion and go all the way back though. You know what? That's probably not worth it. I think we're just not going to bother with the pines today. Because I forgot, I have to go get a fear potion, but then come all the way back and go get rid of the fear potion. It's not really going to be worth doing. Yeah, our max hardcore has still been woodcutting the entire time we've been doing Brighter Shores. It hasn't stopped. This is just one of the few situations where they're both woodcutting simultaneously. Yeah, it's been stuck at Redwoods for like 4 months, over 1,000 hours, and still doesn't have the pet. I'm not sure how, but... we'll get there one day. Yeah, at this point, I might as well get exactly 11. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7... 8, 9, 10. Okay, I just need one more then. I'll grab the one right next to the place. And into carpentry we go. Yeah, forestry is currently balanced pretty bad in that game as well. I did green log that already though. I went quite over drop rate for fox whistle. But nowhere near as over drop rate as we did for beaver. Oh, I forgot my one tree. And that should be 11. Yeah, we'll go do these and then we'll go check how bad the bank is. Yep, XP is still here. Interesting that it's going so heavy into carpentry as a Cryo Knight. Out of the 3 classes, Cryo Knight needs carpentry the absolute least. It's kind of interesting that he's going heavy on it to such a degree that he's wearing the carpentry cape. Alright, let's go see what the damage is. Does the wiki say how many you could do per hour? I don't think it accounts for banking though. Yeah, you can do 307 an hour. Oh, wait. But it's not counting how many logs you're doing. There's only 150 logs per hour, though. So based on that, you can only do about 150 an hour. What does the bank say? We got 634. That is definitely a number. That is indeed a number. And some number on the wiki implies that you're doing that many logs. Because it specifically says planks, but I'm not sure if it's referring to logs when it says planks. Because I could have sworn we were doing more than 150 an hour. Because if that's the case, that's 2.5 hours then. There's an easy way to figure it out. Just divide by the XP. Alright, 792 divided by that number. That's how many we're making per hour. And this one should be correct, whatever it is. We're pretty close to correct. Okay, it was referring to logs, not planks. So this, with banking, would take about 2.5 hours. That's misleading when it says the other thing there, but I see what it means now. But yeah, it would take about 2.5 hours to do every last one we have in our bank. Are we going to do that right now? Honestly, yes. Mostly because I can't do anything else at all on this account until it gets done. So I guess that'll be the last thing we do, is go do every last plank we got today. Not for oaks, but just for the ashes that we have. Which, if we're banking all of them, should take about 2.5 hours then. Yeah, let's begin. And we'll be dumping all XP into carpentry as we do this, though. However, even if we reach the level for oaks, I will not do the oaks. Only the ash. And doing this should bank around 50 shields in the future. I can make 50 4-star shields down the line. I just need to go get the stonemason supplies because I didn't bank them all. Because I used them all. There's one thing I regret doing when doing the carpenter grind. I really should have saved more material. These now have basically none. So whenever I need like a shield upgrade, the most annoying thing is actually going to be stonemason, not bonerite. Because bonerite, I have everything banked and good to go. It's the stonemason component I don't have. It's not worth mining it because it's too low of a level. But hopefully a bunch of people are selling tier 4 stone down the line. Plus it'll already be etched, probably. I'm not sure if etched will go for more or less. There's something I'm still not sure on. I assume it would cost more. However, you already cashed out some of the XP from it. But it's also in a state where you can immediately craft with it. There's one thing that's still kind of up in the air. I assume they're worth more. But there's going to be enough people who claim them just for XP. Particularly for bones. Like, bones in particular are going to be the main one that will definitely be worth less. Like, undunked bones are going to be worth more than dunked bones. Just because bones are the quickest one of the three. But if any were to be worth more, it would be stone, because it has the most annoying process where you need gas for everything. So it's the most likely to be the one that's the other way around. Where undunked bones are probably cheaper than dunked bones. I mean, sorry, more expensive. Where the dunked version is actually cheaper. But for stonemason, it could easily be the other way around. Where the etched stones are more expensive than the non-etched stones. Because you have to account for time as well as for gas. But no, we'll have to find out. The market's going to be all over the place initially, so we'll see what happens. Because generally, anything that you cash out for XP is going to be worth less. But some of them, due to how level ranges work in Brighter Shores, would actually be worth more. Like, anything pre-200 is probably worth more rather than less. In its final version rather than in its pre-version. Just because you have to do them for way less often. Like, tier 1 already dunked bones or already etched stones or smith bars are probably worth, like, 5 times their non-done version. Whereas it keeps going to a smaller and smaller margin as you go up. And by the time you hit tier 5, it could even be the other way around, where the dunked or barred or etched version is actually worth less than the undone one, just because the XP being claimed from it is more valuable than the resource itself. It really comes down to if they change the rarity curve at all. There's something they haven't actually said with the combat rework, if they are or aren't doing that. Because if it's staying unchanged, tier 1 is the only thing that can make the really high rarity stuff. Or, you know, like the really good chance of getting like an instant upgrade. But it only goes to level 19. And you can only make it out of tier 1 material. It's one of the reasons why tier 4 is so good right now, the ones that we're banking right now. As the rarity goes up to 199. And this is where you make all your 199 shields out of for bone rate. Which is relevant for every class because you still need it for shield upgrades. Like every class uses this. There's not a single class that doesn't need Ash Plank. With Fine Ash Plank being the most useful one. Tier 1, Tier 4, and Tier 6 Ash Plank are like the ones that really matter. Tier 1 for highest rarity, Tier 4 for highest mid-game rarity, and Tier 6 for best in slot. But that could change if they change some of the numbers for the combat rework. But as we currently know, they're not doing that. But it could be that they are, and they just haven't said that they're doing that. Regardless, even if they up it by 60, this can still make 259 shields. So even if they up it by that much, you can still actually do it with this material as well. So this material safe. Like, the reason why this is so valuable to bank is unchanged, even if they modify it by 60. Oh, this is the case for almost every material, not just these planks. Like, almost every material's most valuable ones are tier 1, 4, and 6. 2 and 3 are kind of like the dead content of early game. And 5 can be okay. Like, 5 is good, but you use it the least compared to 4 or 6. The biggest issue with tier 5 is you basically have to do post 200 and the production revolved around it to be able to actually utilize it. And the problem with that is they take forever. And you're generally focusing on only one rather than all three. There are some people going for all three, but it's very rare. Normally you're going all in on one, which leads to your material only ever able to go to tier 4. Which is why tier 4 is so good. Because if you go for 200 all, you're at tier 4. You only need tier 5 if you're doing post 200. Yeah, you know, those filler levels that you spend like hundreds of hours on. Yeah, those. They're technically not filler levels. Tier 5 is good. But I would say tier 4 and 6 is better in most situations. Compared to where the average player is. There is a use for tier 5 stuff. But a lot less of the game, or a lot less people are in the part of the game where it would be relevant that they would need tier 5. As tier 6 is always going to be relevant because it's best in slot. And tier 4 will always be relevant because that's where most realistic people would be. Is around like that 160 to like 250-ish mark. That's pretty much where mid-game is defined. Which will make it a really commonly used material. Whereas tier 5, while just as useful as tier 4 or 6, is in a weird in-between. Well, it's basically as useful as 4. But it's a really weird in-between that makes it way harder for the average person to use. Even though it is useful. It's just the percent of people that can utilize it is way lower. By a large margin. Also, tier 4 goes pretty deep. Like, if I wanted a tier 4, I don't know, let's say my blue 2-hand. That blue 2-hand we were talking about earlier. It goes all the way to level 286. My highest material would go to 327 for tier 4. That's not tier 5. Tier 4 going to 327 for the highest one. That's not too bad. Obviously, that's just for that one particular weapon. Because the lowest weapon is the whole other side. It's only 192 for the lowest tier of tier 4. But the highest tier of tier 4, at least for smithing, goes all the way to whatever I said earlier. 327. For only tier 4. That's pretty deep. Hey, what level do we need for the next log? I'm not going to be doing them today. Well, I will be doing them today, just not on stream, but 133. The sad part is, I don't think we actually get there from doing these. Because right now I'm just doing whatever ash planks we have left. But I believe we're going to be a little short on 133. The only thing that will save us is knowledge. Because we do get at least one whole knowledge level within that range. Which might be enough to push it over the edge then. Yeah, I don't think most people are going to go over 200 in most skills. I know I'm not. There will be some things we would do for, of course. Like the really, really important ones. But there's a lot of skills I almost never plan to get beyond 200. Unless they get like mega buffed. Like cooking, for example. But everything in that category that I plan to pretty much never get above 200 is Chef, Forger. Wow, I just mentioned all of them. Okay, it's not that many, actually. Technically Fisher, but I do need the Venture from it eventually. But, yeah, mostly just those three. Like, Chapter 1 in general. And then the Combat and Alchemy in Chapter 1. Okay, I guess there's not that many. There's a lot of skills you need. And after Fisher and Cook gets buffed, I guess it's just Forager. The weird thing about Forager is it's just weaker Gatherer. Almost everything about it is just weaker. The healing pots you get are weaker than doing Minefighter. The combat pots you get from it are weaker than doing Gatherer. The fear pots you get from it... Actually, you don't even get fear pots from it. What else does it have? I guess the Hopeport XP pots? But they're like the cheapest XP pot in the game, so you could easily just buy them when trading comes out. Like, there's not a single reason you have to do Forge other than, like, Monument. And even then, you might be able to trade for it when trading comes out. And if you can, there's literally zero reason you would ever do it. It's actually it's one of the reasons I feel like a lot of people actually quit the game. But might not even realize that's the reason. But out of any chapter in the entire game, I would say that chapter 1 actually has the weakest skills in the current state out of like any of them. As far as the use case for it. The main exception being alchemy, obviously. But if you look at isolation, what Forager, Fisher, and Chef does, they're some of the worst skills in the entire game. As far as what their output is and everything. He's Forager, you just get the weaker version of healing potions and combat potions from. Fisher, you just get nothing. And Chef, you get nothing. And that's it. That's what those 3 skills give. Whereas Gather gives the best combat potions in the game. Some fear potions that you can use. As well as all the bones you need for making weapons. For every class, but particularly Guardian, but as well as every class. Woodcutter and Carpenter gives you the weapon material you need for every class. Particularly Bone, but again, for every class still. Miner ends up feeding, once again, into weapon production. All 3 of these are weapon production. Detective's the other useless one, but I basically just consider it a extension of the combat in that area. So even though this one is just as useless as these 3, you kind of get it up for free, so it doesn't matter as much. And then Merchant is basically the gathering skill for Leatherworker in a sense, which is eventually used to make armor, which is basically like all 3 of these combined except in one skill. And into Carp you go. Yeah, we don't know everything we're going to be able to get from Delver. We know a couple things. The biggest thing we don't know is how much do you need to do Delver to feed into Builder? Like what ratio % are we talking? Yeah, that's the biggest thing we don't know about Delver right now. Is what % of it is required to actually do Builder? If any. Who knows? It could be none. There's definitely some, though. We still know, like, % Because technically you can AFK in order to get cement. Oops, I grabbed one too many because I already grabbed one. I did that so I wouldn't need to deposit one. Whoops. Do I think that building material from the mines will be expensive down the line? Well, there's only one building material you get in Chapter 3 and it's cement. And you get it from Bone Right. And it's only used for the AFK activity for Builder. I do have some low-level cement. I might just try selling it before Chapter 5 comes out. For people speculating on its price, because I really don't need it. I don't plan to actually be AFKing it. The only exception might be I might give it to my ults, so they can AFK Builder if it's relevant. I was not sure how important it will be for every account to have Builder, or if just the main account needs Builder. Yeah, you get bricks from Episode 4, cement from Episode 3. You get bricks and tiles from Episode 4, cement from Episode 3. And whatever else you need for Builder, you get from Episode 5, likely from Delver. So whatever holes there still is in Builder will likely come from Delver. We just don't currently know, like, what ratio that is. Like, are you only going to get, like, one material, a few materials? Is, like, half the material in the game going to be from Delver? We don't really know. We know at bare minimum, the AFK activity feeds into an AFK activity that feeds into an AFK activity that feeds into Builder. But beyond that, we don't know of any direct connection of how Delver helps Builder. Until Chapter 5 comes out. Yeah, cement is only for passive Builder. It's almost guaranteed only for the passive. You can tell based on how it stacks and everything. But it's a passive that feeds into a passive that feeds into a passive. It's a passive for Delver that feeds into a passive for Bone Right that feeds into a passive for some Builder. Which means only post 200 cement is going to matter. The first cement that's actually really good, if you're a really high Bone Right and or Guardian, is 264. You should probably do that all the way from 264 to 277. Because that's the first cement that's like actually good. As it's the first post 200 cement, which means it's also post 200 builder. While also being post 200. Well, I guess you're skipping the post 200 delver part by buying it now. These are skipping the part where you have to do delver and going straight to the bone right part. Which honestly, even once that skill exists, is probably still how you're going to be doing it. Just buy the bone right supplies from the shop. And then just do the AFK for bone right, and then do the AFK for what's it call it? For builder. Because we don't know for sure if you're going to be able to buy cement. You might not be able to. You might be able to, you might not be able to. We don't actually know for sure if you can or can't yet. If you can't, its price is going to be pretty expensive. As well, it's probably not the only AFK builder activity. It is definitely a builder activity. So it'll be a dead zone where you pretty much have to use cement for it. That or just power level through other things. I do want to see what the animation is going to look like for that. Because you do realize one of the passive activities for builder is literally watching cement dry. Almost like watching paint dry, but cement. You're literally going to pour cement and just like watch it dry. And it's like the whole entire passive. Obviously, he'll keep pouring the cement over and over again, but still. It's going to be an actual activity for builder. Obviously, a passive. Yeah, No Creamy has been doing the mining smithing grind. He's gonna pass me. Actually, he already did it on mining. He hasn't yet on smithing yet. But he will soon. But yeah, we really need to go do the mining smithing grind. I'm honestly even considering it after 200 woodcutting carpenter. Because I think the combat rework's a lot closer than I initially anticipated it to be. Like, there's a good chance it's in like 3 weeks from now. Because I was anticipating initially, like, oh, it'll be like a little over a month, maybe 2 months. But there's a non-zero chance it's in like 2 or 3 weeks. If half the entire dev team is working on it right now. Which they mentioned yesterday. That's a lot of manpower. That's like 5 people. That's another thing to factor in, though, too. When he says half the dev team, it's not like if Old School RuneScape said they were doing half the dev team where you have like 50 to 100 people working on it. Half the dev team for Brighter Shores is like 5 people. No worries, I'm a bud. We'll be around for like 2 hours, probably. As at this point, I don't think we're hitting the end stream button until we're out of ash planks. We're technically ash log. Until all of the logs have been planked. And then off stream, we'll work on the oaks and start getting to some pine woodcutting. But yeah, we'll start doing a lot longer streams again once we start getting to combat, though. I want to start hitting those double digits again and start doing like 10, 11 every day after combat rework. And if we know the date in advance, I might even do a 24-hour stream for combat rework day 1. Though I might not, just so we're nice and rested. I don't know, we'll see. I'm not sure if he's going to announce it ahead of time, though. There's still a good chance we just get it randomly one day. There's going to be a random day in February, and it's like, oh yeah, combat rework day, apparently. Or is it going to wake up, it is already going to be out for 5 hours, and it's like, oh yeah, the combat rework is day. Nice. Should probably get on that. I don't think he's going to announce it ahead of time. I feel like he will for Chapter 5 and a few of the big things like that. But there's a good chance he just drops it on a random day. With no fanfare or anything. It's like, yep, today's combat rework day. Yeah, I'm going to be trying for top 20 for mining and smithing as well. I still kind of want to try for it. I'm a bit behind at 53rd and 25th, but still doable. It's definitely still doable. We're 100 levels behind on mining. And we're, what are we on smithing? We're 10 levels behind on smithing. Which sounds like we're a lot closer on smithing, but you gotta keep in mind mining level. Plays a big role into it. Because someone with 500 mining and 200 smithing is way ahead of someone at like 250, 250. Like way, way ahead. Assuming they banked everything. I don't mind if we don't get top 20 though. Because there's probably not enough time before the combat rework to even do it at this point. But the biggest issue with going for mining or smithing leaderboard right now is you would basically have to do it for like 12 to 16 hours a day until we have 500, 500 if we wanted to make it. Which is so long. You're talking like a month straight of doing it for like 2/3 of every day. Definitely at least half of every day. Because not only do you have to keep up with everyone who's going on leaderboard, but also would have to do more than them, of course. Smithing is a lot more realistic than miner, though. Because half the people going for miner are doing stonemason. It's one of the reasons why this looks like 53-25 right now. Is because half went to stonemason and half went to blacksmith. You wanted to pass MFS on the smithing leaderboard? Nice. Yeah, I haven't really been trying to compete for ranks or anything. But that's like the last one that we could do that we could realistically actually achieve. So if we did ever want to go for rank prior to Chapter 5, that's the only way we can. Is to either make the top 500 or top 20 for 500 miner or make it for smither. Realistically for smithing. Because I need that anyways for combat. Because being able to make a 500 weapon is very, very useful. Especially when trading comes out. Because then we can just trade with other people at 500 and just get ourselves a weapon within like an hour. Without needing to train to 500 stonemason or bone right. We will still do it on the alts just so we have an option to be able to produce it on on our own. Without needing to be as dependent on trading. But at least initially, yeah, 500 smithing. We simply could just make 4 stars out of it by trading with people in with 500 bone right and stonemason. And technically, you don't even need 500 bone right or stonemason either, because we would only need the lowest tier object. So technically, with the plus 60 bonus, yeah, so you'd only need 440 then, or 430 if 490s combine correctly. Because someone said earlier that 3 490s combine into a into a 500 for some reason. I guess because of how combat's currently scaled. That's probably going to change in the future. But if it is, that means you only need 440. To be able to make a 500 for anything. And for Bone Right, you would make it out of Bone Spike with the quarterstaff thing. Or the other one that requires even less. And for Stonemason, you would make it out of probably like Flint or Basalt. Well, technically you can make it on any of these. You don't have to do it on one that around here. Because this only requires 3 material. Like making this, but doing up to 440. Or, you know, having 440 and then making into that into a 500. Because the material is pretty low for Stonemason. For Stonemason, you only need 3 flint. And for Bone Right, you would need 3 Bone Spike. Or sorry, yeah, 3 Bone Spike and 1 Suave pole. It's not too bad. Bone Spikes are pretty easy to get with how close they are to a bank. And then, of course, for smithing, you would need 4 iron bar. Or we're talking about, like, the tier 6 material. Or really any of the material, at any range. It's not that hard to make one. It's 3 Bone Spike. Obviously, you would eventually need way more to actually get a 3-star. But as far as, like, the per item costs, it's 3 Bone Spike and a Suave, 4 iron ore, and 3 flint. To make a 5-star level 500. Obviously, it's way more than that because you have to account for rarity. But it's only like 40 times more than that. Give or take a little bit depending on RNG. Which isn't that bad at all. To make what is effectively current best in slot in the entire game. Yeah, I heard that too, that if you combine 3 490s, you get a 500. Because that's the highest you can get from combat right now. So combining 2 3 490s actually does work for that. But they might change that in the future, or you have to do it with a 500. Either way, you only need 440 crafting to do it. You don't need 500 crafting, with the plus 60 that's being added next thing. So technically it's even lower than combat. Even if combat's still allowed to do it at 490, you would at absolute most need 440 to do it for the production skills. There'll be some weapons you can't make at that range, but as long as your main primary one's at 500 and the other 2 are at 440, you technically don't need them higher. Like if you're playing fully Iron Man and not enabling trading, you would only need 500, 440, 440. Only. That's still exceedingly high. But you wouldn't actually need a 500 of them unless you just wanted it for leaderboards, lock-in, or whatever. But you would only need 500, 440, 440 to make a 500 max weapon. 500 for whatever your class is, and 440 for the other 2. And that would allow you to make any 4-star as a 500. But for anyone non-Iron Man, you can just get 500 and whatever your main skill is and you're good to go. As you just trade for the other 2 components. What's our highest enchanted tool? Pickaxe at level 30. It gains the most benefit by far of any tool. It works for about 85% of all active and passive activities in the game. For what it's used for. The next best is, which I don't remember what the next best is. I think it's like the axe from Woodcutting. And that works for like 43% or something. Like less than 40% if you count all actives and passives. But yeah, the pickaxe is kind of absurdly broken. Like more than twice as good as the next best tool. as far as number of activities he's used for in the skill. Like, it's absurdly broken. Out of every activity for mining, there's only 3 it doesn't work for. Between every active and passive, the only 3 it doesn't work on is minecarts, blast mining, and the gold panning AFK. For every other AFK of every soapstone, every ore, everything else, it works for. And for every single stone and ore, it works for other than Death Stone. Yeah, 25 to 30 is only 1% extra. Which is why I didn't bother going any further. We did the math earlier, and it's not worth going to 40 or 50. Like, to go to 50, you would need a money-making method that's over 5 gold an hour for it to be worth it. For it to actually save time, you'd have to have, like, 5.5 gold an hour moneymaker in order for it to save time rather than burn time. Yeah, generally it's better just to get a level 25 or 30 tool and just use better XP pots instead. Especially since they mentioned in the last Q&A that they're not going to be buffing tools. Because after you get to 500, the level of your tool is completely irrelevant. And some people were asking if they were going to do anything about that, and they said no. Or at least initially no. But at least in the short term, their definitive answer is just like, nope. Which is not ideal. Because that basically means tools are pretty much not worth getting above 25 ever. But the only exception may be a little bit further on pickaxe. Just because of how good it is. Yeah, I can't wait till we have equipable potions. It's gonna be so nice. Also, auto-renewing potions would be great too. I'm not sure if they're gonna do that at the same time that the quest comes out. Because they're gonna be adding 2 quests. We don't know where the reward is, but one of them is almost guaranteed equipable potions. But we don't know if they're gonna be adding quality of life to also add auto-repotting at the same time. Because they might do that. But I really, really hope one of the 2 is equipable potion. It's needed so badly. There isn't a single quality of life needed more than that. Or none that I could think of off the top of my head. Than the quality of life that would come from equipable potions. I just hope that you can do a decent amount though. Like at least 100 if not more. Or even 999 or something. Like how these are. Because 20 is not going to cut it. Like it makes sense why the combat ones only let you do 20. But the non-combat ones should definitely be at least 100 if not 999 if not some other big number. Ooh, this is finally our biggest stack of planks now. 1,312. If we ever need shields, we're good to go. Also, if you're wondering why I got so many to tier 3 one as well, the main reason for that is if we make our shield really beefy from smithing, we can always downgrade it to a 199, or not even to 199, but you know, to like a lower range. So we can still use those other ones. There's going to be used more so for if we were doing like 0 armor proficiency. Because after the combat rework, you're going to be level 140. So if you have absolutely 0 armor proficiency, you should be able to wield up to a 140 armor. Which means 140 armor might actually be really common. I'm pretty sure most people will go up to 200 so they could do a 199. But 140 until Chapter 5 comes out, it's going to be pretty common in the next few months. Because DPS is going to matter way more than armor. How many do we have left in here? 400 to go. Gosh. So many. Going full health regen. Health regen is definitely better than max HP. But it really comes down to what the numbers are. Because that HP flat number could be high enough that regen isn't worth it. Because regen is generally only worth it on longer fights, and every fight's going to be so short. So even though regen is generally better, depending on what the flat HP rate is, it might actually be better to go flat HP rather than regen. Because most fights will be too short to really get much out of regen. For PvP, you're going to be running regen really heavily, though. As well as boss fights. But it's going to be a lot less effective against what is currently normal combat in Brighter Shores. So initially, it won't really be used much. Durability in general is pretty bad in the current state of the game with how much damage is going to be better. Like, your DPS is like the only thing that matters in the current system. The only things that will change that are PvP and bossing. But all combat in the current state of the game really only cares about how quickly you can kill something. And pretty much no other factor. You'll still have to get some amount of durability if you're going into melee range or something, though. But you don't need enough durability to kill them before they kill you. But yeah, durability means very little. Initially. There's one thing that's going to be really weird about when Armor Maker comes out. Is there's still a chance that there's 0 bosses in the game once Armor Maker comes out. Which means if there's not a thriving PvP community in the game, Armor Maker is going to be so pointless when it first gets launched into the game. Just because PvP, like at the time of launch, when we get Armor Maker, the only use for armor is going to be PvP pretty much. Yeah, we don't really know what specs are going to be like. We don't know if you're going to be able to have multiple different ones that you could trade out per weapon. Or if each weapon's simply just going to have one tied to it. Or have a few tied to it that you can unlock from the skill tree. That are even better than the initial one. We also don't really know what kind of effects we're going to get. Though they did mention effects over time will be a thing. So we might get a burn effect that does burn damage over time. And other similar things like that. But actual stats effects they did confirm are something that will be added to the game. We just don't know if special attacks are going to be attached to them initially. But they probably will. He's not sure where else you're putting them. But they did mention that stats effects over time are going to be a thing. Currently there aren't really any. Other than like XP pots, I guess, technically. And you know, the combat boost that you do per fight. I really hope Necromay does get at least 1 lifesteal per class, though. If it does, one thing to keep in mind, Cryo Knight probably has the best Necromay weapon in the game for special attack. It has a 2-handed, slowest attack speed Necromay weapon, the Battle Axe. It also requires an insanely high smithing to make, requiring the second highest requirement for the perfect one. There's a good chance it's the best Necromay weapon in the whole game. Right now, it's pretty underwhelming. But it's likely to have the best special attack out of any of them. As it's really, really slow hitting. And any slow hitting weapon is likely getting better spec. Do you plan for what skill to do first? Builder or Armor Maker? Likely doing combat. Or actually technically Shield Breaker. Shield Breaker, Delver, Builder, then Armor Maker. Yeah, that's the order I'm likely doing in it. 500 Shield Breaker, then 500 Delver, then 500 Builder, then I guess 500 Armor Maker if we're going to be doing all that anyways. But yeah, it might be 500 in all next chapter, we'll see. Still haven't fully decided. It really comes down to the viability of Builder. If Builder is lame, we're probably not doing any 500 other than combat there. But if Builder is actually really good, we're probably 500ing all Chapter 5. The one thing that's going to be funny about the 500 Delver grind, I would need to find someone who can make me the potions. I wonder if Kale would do it for however much he wants. Because I would technically need someone when Chapter 5 comes out, if I get 500 Delver, to go make 10% and 8% pots out of all the things I forge. Because I won't be able to. That requires 470 and 500 or 490 alchemy. Basically max. You have 13,540 iron? Oh gosh, that's a lot. Good luck! See you in a week. No, it won't take that long. Actually, yeah, actually kind of will. Depends on what you're doing it per day. No, you can technically get that done in like 3 to 4 days if you like really power grind it. Really? A full day? Is it that quick? I haven't done smithing in a while. How many bars can you even do per hour? I actually forget the number off the top of my head. I want to say like, what, 600? Alright, so that's not too bad, yeah. It would take about 22 hours. But still a lot, though. It's definitely not a one-day project. If you're playing a ton, it's definitely going to take 2 days. You got to Adestate? Nice. Yeah, I'll be at Adestate in about 2 to 3 weeks when my daily gets me there. I've gone pretty much exclusively from like 231 mining to 243 off of just the daily. It's actually kind of funny. Yeah, just that one daily has been almost entirely just from the venture. We've gotten a solid 10 levels just from the venture alone. Purple hat time? Well, you're switching your hat color to whatever the thing you're mining is. That's kind of funny. Oh, in a few weeks you'll be at blue hat then. For celebrating Andesite. Nice, nice. Yeah, it's gonna be nice when we can actually start doing mining again. At 247. I might do a little bit of carbonese beforehand. Not because it's good, but I need more banked than what we have. I think I have like 500 banked. I want at least 1,000, if not 2,000. Yeah, iron is really chill. Everything else in mining is a lot more annoying. Because iron doesn't even require any pre-walking or anything either. Whereas I believe every single other ore and stone requires at least one. Actually, that's not true. All the wall ones are actually like that. The problem is banking every other wall one is really annoying. Most notably carbonese. But even the other two are kind of annoying. One, you have to go up a ladder and go multiple rooms away. And the other one, you might as well just smith immediately. Just so you don't have to bank it twice. Because I'm likely doing that whenever it gets to the green ore again. I'm going to make sure we have everything cleared from our bank and have the smithing level. So we could just mine smith it. Whenever we hit level, whatever it is.
Level 294. I gotta have whatever, like 290, whatever, 300 smithing. I'm just gonna mine it, smith it, bank it, repeat. Like mine, smith, teleport, or mine, smith, bank, teleport. And just do that over and over again. There is one exception to that. I am curious if it's worth banking at the storage rift on the other end. And by that, I mean this storage rift over here. Using that storage rift by dropping these as close to there as possible and then running back. Using 26 method. Because I haven't tried 26ing either of the other two yet. I've done it for iron, I've done it for carbonies. But I haven't tested how it would work for the blue or green one yet. Because they both have an issue where you get 20 at a time. Which leaves a weird, awkward situation if you want to go bank. Is banking 20 is way worse than banking 24. But it's not worth standing around waiting for the other four to spawn. So you have to do like a weird drop juggle method. But I've only done it for iron and carbony so far. I haven't set it up for platinum or adestite. Or adethro, whatever it's called. Whatever the green one's called. I think we're getting pretty close to 2,000. I was saying earlier we're probably going to do about 2,000. And we have to do slightly more than that, I believe. Let me double check. We're at 1,500 right now, effectively. And I believe we have over 300 in the bank. So we're slightly overshooting 2,000. That's fine. I'd rather have too many than not enough. Yeah, that means we're getting around, what then? Like 2,100 or so. Like a little over 2,100. That'll work. It's always over for a very, very long time, if not forever. Hey, let's take the number, 2,100. Divide it by the drop rate, which let's say it's a 1 in 12. You need 3 each, so divide it by 36. We can make roughly 58 shields out of that much. Technically slightly more, but it depends on RNG. But we should be able to get 50 each 4-star shield upgrades for Cryonite with what we have banged. So based on where we are right now, if we were to sell everything, it would take about an hour. I'm not sure how much extra time walking does, but I know it's more than it would be otherwise. I say we can somewhat figure it out if we just time 1. Because we know how many times we'd about have to do it as well. As we take 307, divide it by 11. So 27. Problem is you'd have to take the difference of how many you're losing, though. So you could do it kind of based on 25, then. Just kind of guesstimate from there. But yeah, whatever we take from 25, this is like the maximum we're wasting. Let's go time it. Whatever this is, times 25 is the maximum amount of time wasted per hour. Like absolute max. It's likely slightly worse than that, or slightly better than that per hour. As far as how much less you're wasting per hour. The time comes like right when we hit this corner pretty much. Alright, so 33 seconds times 25. What's that come out to? $33 seconds times 25. Divided by 60. Alright, we're wasting about 13.5 minutes per hour. Banking compared to not banking. Wait, how much of an XP loss is that? It's almost a 25% XP loss for banking. Per hour. But in that 25% XP loss, we are making anywhere from like, actually we could actually figure that out. Because if we are doing 25 times 22 times 4, I think it's saying more than that. Let's see. 25 times 22 times whatever the shop price is, which we'll go figure out in a second. Which means we're making, is that actually it? We're actually making slightly under 3 gold an hour then. Actually, it's only slightly above 2 gold an hour. Without even doing the math yet. Though this is pre-price hike though. But yeah, us banking is a mid 20% reduction on XP per hour. But with the plus side of banking 2 point something gold per hour worth of planks. Not every single hour, but per effective hour. Let's see. Times 4.18. Yeah, it's barely worth it. Per effective hour banked, we're only banking about 2.2 gold an hour. I'm still doing it, though. And that's not even accounting for the fact that you technically have to subtract what you otherwise would be selling it to for the shop. But you have to keep in mind that effective 2 gold per hour is not every hour. We're only getting 550 silver banked an hour. The 2 gold an hour is literally getting no XP and no knowledge per hour. So putting it that way, it's actually pretty bad. Still doing it though. At least until we get to 2,000 of them. Once we have 2,000 banked, we might go sell the last few. Just to speed up the final half an hour. By what should be about 7 minutes. Because based on the bank math I did, we're only banking 550 silver an hour. Oh, no, wait, that's not it. Wrong number. Oh, wait, I didn't actually do the calculation for the other number. That's why I have wrong number. Oh, I just realized our thing's going to be slightly off. I'm actually going to have to drop all and pick them up. It's going to be kind of awkward. I'm going to have to drop all my planks and then go do another set of blank. Don't worry, planks, we'll be back. I'm about to sell them here. Just so we don't have to juggle back and forth twice. But overall, it's really not worth banking them. Even at tier 6, it's barely worth it. It's kind of sad how bad this shop is, or how good this shop is, making the other thing so bad. It just really should be more worthwhile to bank them. But technically, tier 6 is the first carpentry supply worth banking. Even though we're starting at tier 4. Everything else just loses so much XP. Still want the material though, just so we don't need it later. And also everything's being done by pre-price hike numbers as well, before they up all the shop prices. But I think that'll be the game plan then. We bank 2,000, we sell everything else out. Or we can just start selling now. We'll see. Oh no, we banked this far, might as well keep going. It's one of the few materials we do really need. And we're currently at 1,600. Not sure why I bank so many as such, some of the other low tier stuff though. Because most of them I only meant to bank 100, but for some reason on tier 2 I went like super bank crazy on some of them. Not sure why. I think that was before we started doing the mega grind. Six hours more for level 500 alch. Nice. Yeah, Kiel's getting 500 alchemy today. Or I assume if he's doing it all today. That'll be like midnight my time. Almost midnight. Yeah, we're doing it. We're doing it. Will I regret this later? Probably not. Need the money too, anyways. We're losing 3 gold every time we sell one. Or sorry, 3 silver, I mean. So every time we click sell all, we're losing 33 silver. But we're gaining 25% more carpentry XP per hour. At the cost of that 33 silver. Let me go do the math on that real quick. What is the amount? Because we saw the other number earlier. Which one was it? It was like 550 or something? 550. 550 times 3. Ooh. Is that worth it? Putting it that way makes it seem so much like the other way around. It costs 1.6 gold an hour for 25% better carpentry XP. Is that worth it? At this current level range. That's basically what the math comes out to on that. Technically, it's even slightly higher than that. But we're burning about 1.6 gold an hour for 25% more carpentry if we sell rather than bank. Like, putting it that way makes it seem so bad. Because that means we're basically paying 6 gold per level. We are getting the levels way quicker. $397 andesite per hour banked. Nice. Yeah, I need to mess around with it whenever I do get around to that rock. The problem is you can't do the same drop method that you would for the other rocks. Or for, like, iron, for example. There's still a drop method you could do, but you can't do 2060. I mean, 26, I mean. But you can probably do like 324 or something. Or 24-3, depending on how you want to look at it. If the other one's called 26, and this would be 24-3. Yeah, I'll try it whenever you get to it. We'll try either 24-3 or 24-4. I'm pretty sure I have enough time to do 24-4. But if not, 23-3 is still fine. It should be about a minute or two quicker per hour. And it would allow you to keep 2 potions on you as well, which is the biggest benefit of it. It's 24-3 and 24-4 both allows you to keep 2 potion on you. Like a 5% and a 7%. As they don't actually take up any inventory with how you would do it. And who knows, maybe next few weeks we'll have equipable potion, then it really won't take up any inventory. Gosh, I'm not sure if I should sell or bank. I kind of want to speed it up, but also banking them is so valuable. But also because into XP rate so much. I'm too conflicted. Like 25% more carpentry XP per hour is insanely high. But burning 1.6 gold per hour is also insanely high in potential value. Compared to if we need these down the line at any point. The problem is I feel like we already have enough banked that the money now is almost outweighing the product later. Because let's go do the math. We have what, 1,600 banked? Let's even say 1,500. In case we get bad RNG. Divide that by 32. We can already make 46 shields, almost 47. Like, when on earth are we going to need 46 199 shield upgrades within the next, like, or any number within that range? Within the next, like, year. Even if we need, like, one a week, we would still have enough for an entire year. Pretty much. Because, of course, you'd get some as drops. Like the 4-star we got during the Mind Fighter grind. So I have no rhyme or reason as to which time we bank or not. I keep banking some, not banking others. Let's see, what's our tally at right now? Oh no, I'm pretty happy with that number. I think we start mass selling. It's time for our mass selling arc. That's more than enough. That's 48 shields. If this was like the Suave pull, I'd be like, I probably should bank them all because we're going to need them for a lot more weapon upgrades. You realize how long 48 shield upgrades is going to last? We're talking like the rest of time. Like, there's a good chance we do 500 Hopeport, Hope Forest, Mines of Matubin, Chronopolis, and still don't run out. And Mind Fighter. I mean, and Shieldbreaker. And we still have some banked. Unless you quite literally break shields during Shieldbreaker. I highly doubt that, though. That would be funny. The skill is where you literally just break shields. The shield sink the game's been eating. That would be hilarious, but definitely is not what the skill is. But imagine if something needed to be sunk so badly that there's literally a skill added. That sole purpose is just to sink that one object. Like, if there's ever too many shields in the game, they just add a skill called Shield Breaker, where all you do is just break shields. It's obviously not what Shield Breaker actually is, though, but it would be hilarious. Now we need Sword Breaker. Where's the weapon breaking skill? In RuneScape 3, that's called Invention. Where's our weapon breaking skill? Gonna go do smithing? Nice. Good luck, good luck. So, you mean you're gonna pass me tomorrow, then? Is what you're saying. I was even doing the smithing AFK last night. I actually moved over to merchant AFK. Just because I couldn't be bothered to go all the way to go get more material with how low our cash stack is. So I was like, I'm not gonna bother. Hey, based on how much iron ore you mentioned, I don't think you actually have enough to pass me at the moment. You will soon, though. Because even though 15,000 is a lot, I don't think it's like 30 levels a lot. Not post 200 anyways. Unless I make product out of all of it. Because I only made product out of some of mine. Yeah, you did the passive smithing too, yeah. Yeah, it will be again too. I just kind of ran out of money to even do it. As we do need some amount of money to still finish out woodcutting and forager. Mostly for the tool upgrades. Luckily fishing is good to go. I don't need any tool upgrade for fishing. But the other two I still need upgrades that we don't currently have access to. That costs more than 0. For forager it's probably about 5 gold. For woodcutter it's probably about 1 or 2 gold more. Which is why I kept on to the gold we have. Do you use the 5% AFK pots as well? Or do you only use the active ones? Because I have for a while, but then I kind of ran out of money, so I stopped. So I actually don't run the 5% passive anymore. Depending on the chapter and the level range, is about 3 to 5 gold per level. Running the passive. Or, sorry, running the passive with a 5% XP pot. Which sounds like a lot of gold, but it's basically a 0-time level. If you're already doing the activity to begin with. That's what I was calculating out for carpentry before. If we sell compared to buy, or a bank, we're burning about 6.4 gold for a 0-time level for carpentry. If we sell these rather than bank them. But a 0-time level is pretty valuable. Or for what is effectively a 0-time level. I guess 3 to 6 gold is a lot. But so is an entire level in literally 0 seconds. Compared to the alternative. This guy's called Mallet Magic as a hammer mage. Oh, he went away. Of course, as soon as I say that, he disappears. He logged out. Because he's doing the passive. Yeah, that's a good name for a hammer mage. Mallet Magic. It was all one word, though, rather than two. I wonder if the other one was taken. Mallet Magic with a space bar in between. Wait, are you even able to use spaces in this game? Yeah, you can, right? I never really paid much attention to that. Yeah, you can. So maybe the OG Mallet Magic was already taken. You had to settle on Mallet Magic with no space. This is a pretty good name for a hammer mage. It's definitely a very hammer mage specific name. Half an hour of carpentry to go. We're almost there. Though, just so we could do pines on stream tomorrow, I think I'm going to be AFKing something tonight, or active AFK. That isn't woodcutting. I think I'll be doing chef. Just because we're still in a pretty good level range to be doing stew. So I might just be doing stews then. Because I kind of want to save the really good pines for on stream. Because they're going to be done way better actively on stream than semi-AFKing them. They're a way better active method. So our woodcutting is probably not going to move up at all, and our carpentry is going to only move up slightly. Off stream. Black Santa hat is your smithing hat. You change your hat based on your activity. That's pretty funny. I definitely do that for skilling activities, like in RuneScape, for example, like old school RuneScape. But, I don't know, it's kind of hard to do with this game since there's so few cosmetics at the moment. A lot of times in old school RuneScape, you're forced to change to an outfit based on what's useful, though. Just because the outfits have set effects and stuff. Mostly for extra XP, but some of them actually do something beyond that. So you can tell based on what hat you're wearing what you're doing. True, true. How are you going to do that whenever you do a Hope Forest grind, though? Like, nearly everything is green. And sometimes the actual material changes color as you go. Tree hats? True. I just realized the poll is at almost 50% now for the combat rework. After 30 votes, British Shores team is working on 2 quests and the combat overhaul currently, which is most likely first. 53% is at combat rework, 30% at 1 quest before the rework, And 17% is 2 quests before the rework. My vote's still on 1 quest before the rework. Our combat rework's still above 50%. I sure hope that's the case, though. If I had to guess what order it's going to be 1 quest where we do not get potion storage. What the reward is, who knows, but it's not potion storage. Then we're going to get the combat rework. Then we are going to get a quest that is potion storage. That's my bet. That's my prediction for order. We're going to get some quest that has some unknown reward that we're not aware of. That could be anything, even nothing. Then we're going to get combat rework. Then the other quest will be the potion storage quest. In that order. You only have 2 gold left after getting 1.7k XP pots? Gosh, there's a lot of XP pots. I don't even think I have 100 of any at the moment. Well, not counting the higher ones. Of the 5%, so I think the high stack I have is like 200-300 right now. Most of them are below 100. Like, this is every last 5% I have for Hope Forest right now. I keep literally buying them day by day. Just so I have any amount of money more than 0. Oh, we got 3. 3. Oh good, we should be able to get one more last double knowledge dump. The only slight issue is that does not get us to 133, which is what we need for our next plank thing. And a 139 for the one after that. But that's what training other skills is for. And then we just dump the knowledge into carpentry. The reason we want to do the carpentry first is so we get more value whenever we do. So if we're just camping chef, we can still dump it into it then. But we're finally under 100 now. So close, get so far. Though getting 25% more XP per hour definitely helps speed it up, that's for sure. Tier 5 and above, you definitely gotta bank everything though. Tier 4, we end up banking, what, 80-90%? Well, for tier 5 and 6, we're going to have to bank like 95+%. I can't give in. We'd just be burning too much money. But no, it really comes down to how much do we value like 25% extra XP. Is what it ultimately comes down to. Because what we're currently doing right now is it costs 6.4 gold per 25% XP effectively. Like per free level, it's costing 6.4 gold. But no, 0 time level is still pretty valuable though. It's just, I'm not sure if it's worth like 8 gold or 9 gold or 10 gold. 6.4 gold is already pushing it. That's effectively what we're paying when we keep selling to him. And it only keeps going up as you go higher and higher tier. Alright, the final 6 sets. We're almost there. Hopefully there's enough to double knowledge as well. If it's not, we'll just do it at Chef real quick. I gotta go do a whole run. I get a really annoying run right now, which is why I keep putting it off. It's not like the worst run ever, but it's not ideal. Come on, 170% meter. I'm not sure how much knowledge you get per each of these. I know it's less than 1, but it's more than 0.5. It's like a weird, like, 0.65 or something. It's hard to tell because the number never shows a decimal. It only shows the whole number, even if you're getting a decimal amount of knowledge. Which is probably the most confusing thing with knowledge currently. Is you get decimal drops from stuff, but it doesn't show as a decimal. It shows as a whole number. They did that for simplicity's sake, but it makes it really hard to tell what the exact number is sometimes. Yeah, the fact that it shows a whole number makes it so you can't see the whole number. Both definitions of whole number. Yeah, the fact that it doesn't show the decimal, we can never actually figure out what it is then. Well, we can, but you know, it's a lot more annoying too. Alright, well, we make that level on time. Also, thank you, Isabel. Greatly appreciated. So wow, it's getting dark quicker still. Look at now, it's almost like 6 o'clock. It's almost like pitch black outside. Good, we should be able to get the level in time. Perfect. Now we just need the rest of our logs to give us the knowledge we need. And that would be all ash planks completed. And the oaks I'll just do later. Which I kind of have to because we're not going to have 133. Which is what they require. Kind of hard to do them without the level requirement. There we go, 132. Just gotta finish the last few and make sure on the next set to actually go use a 7% pot instead of a 5%. And then we'll probably be calling it for now to go grab dinner. After we go finish those last few. But tomorrow we're gonna be doing pines and pines. We're going to have the woodcutting level for pines, and we're going to have the 139, hopefully, carpentry for pines. Which I'll be doing off-stream with, I guess a few of the ones that we have to process, but honestly, mostly with knowledge. Just dumping, like, all the cooking knowledge into carpentry or something. But that's our game plan. And whatever we don't have by next stream, we can easily just do while we do woodcutting. But we finally get back to the glorious pines. But the main goal for tomorrow being bare minimum, we got to hit 152 so we can do AFK Bramble for Saturday night. Alright, I'm gonna go sell these, go use the 7%, and go to the last few we need. Let's see, how many do we have left? Whatever's left in here, right here, is what we're running. Yep, barely even 2 sets. Alright, we'll do this one, do the 7%, so I actually remember. Use this immediately on carpentry. Run it back again. Then use it on carpentry again. Sell, grab, good to go. Actually, just so we get even better XP, I think I'm going to drop them on the ground so I can get to the bank quicker. Just to get a little bit better value from the 7% we have. There we go. Perfect. That actually worked out really well. And now we go sell all these, sell that little pile. And then mission complete. And by the time we start tomorrow, we should be at 139, 139. Which hopefully by next week's Tuesday? Wednesday? Probably next week's Wednesday, I think we could finish. These days, what? Friday? So we got Saturday, Sunday, Tuesday. Sorry, Monday. Yeah, I think we can finish on Wednesday. That's 4 days. On average, we'd have to get, what, 15 levels into both per day. With Monday just kind of being the whatever day. Where we can still get a little bit of grind into it. But yeah, to have it done by Wednesday of next week, we'd have to do 15 levels a day. Into both of them. At minimum. Yeah, there we go. And now the only thing that should be here are the oaks, but we can't do those to 133, but I'll make sure to do all of them off stream. Because we're going to need it towards our 139. But let's go to what we're going to be doing now then. Which is getting rid of all these potions, get a 5% there, and start AFKing some stew off stream. Hopefully we'll have a nice beefy cooking level. Because we could technically AFK stew all the way to 144. Are we going to do that? Probably not. Highly doubt we're going to get that far between now and tomorrow. I just dump all the knowledge into carpentry. Though at 133 I do need to go back to carpentry later. Up, Kale's going for his final 6 levels still. Oh no, I only have 3 potions left. Look at our stacks right now. I have 3, 31, 138, and 95. Ignore the other numbers. Just the 5%. That is so sad. These things are almost free each. I only have 3, even though they're free. Alright, let me go buy the free potions. That should hold me over for a bit. Let's go grab our stews. And this will probably be my life until next stream, other than the 200-something oaks we gotta go do. Because my current woodcutting isn't particularly AFK. And after I finish those oaks, we have nothing left to AFK for carpentry. So we shall simply do the stews. But anyways, guys, we're going to end it here for now. We will be back tomorrow, same time as always, noon Eastern Standard Time. They recently dropped a course that they're adding 2 new quests pretty soon. So 2 new quests and... where is it? Not that. 2 new quests and one of these is correct. There we go. What is this one? Oh yeah, that's the other thingy. Why is that still there? But anyways... yeah, they're adding 2 new side quests, and half the team is working on combat right now. So combat rework and 2 side quests soon. What order they're coming in, we have no clue. Based on the current poll, 53% is on combat rework first, 30% on 1 quest, then combat rework, and 17% on 2 quests and 1 combat rework. I mean, then the combat rework. But we have no way of knowing. So we'll find out as it happens. But anyways, guys, I hope you all have a wonderful, wonderful weekend. And yeah, I'll catch you guys later. We'll be back same time tomorrow. And we get to do the good tree tomorrow, too, so that'll be nice. And we should have the carpentry level by then to be able to do both the woodcutting and the carpentry component. And we'll go from there. Anyways, guys, enjoy your weekend. I'll catch you guys later. Goodbye, everyone. Thanks for watching.